Really? Wow.
It's still fucking wild. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Hello, welcome to Wildfolk. We're doing another one. Welcome to session 2. We already did all of the, boring intro stuff yesterday, which means today we can pretty much just jump right in. Once again, if you're not already, feel free to hit up the Discord so that you can keep up with our weird schedule, and also just come chat with us. Come hang out. Come see the art we make, and the art we get, and the cool things that we do. Play some video games and stuff. We have a new group today, 3 new players that are going to be introduced to this world. Eventually they will make their way towards the other parties and possibly mingle with them, but for now, we're going to find out their origins. And that story begins... Let's see, where's the world map? Let's do this.
Oh, here we go.
We flash over to central Padikak down to the west. In a quiet little Imrik settlement. Imriks being the enemy, being the invaders from the west who showed up about 40 or 50 years ago with unseen technology and used that to sweep through the western wildlands, claiming vast swaths of territory for themselves before eventually they were held back at Rosin Rock. The year is 5119th. It is the 7th of Jackus, which is essentially June. And as we lower down, the whole scene has kind of that fuzzy vignette at the edges that makes you know it's a flashback. We pan over a small city with wooden walls. And you can see that at the center of this city, there is a traveling circus. That is not fully set up. Looks like they're just passing through for the time being. But many of the entertainers have gathered in the town square and are just kind of putting on a little show for fun. The jugglers are juggling. A goblin on stilts is walking around as children laugh and point. But the camera continues to push past that to the backside of a building where the circus is not visible, and 3 figures sit with their backs against the walls, cuffs around their legs, and collars around their necks, each of which is embedded with a little emerald. That sketch, you would know, is essentially there to find you should you run.
Oh, okay. Great.
Not a great situation. Let me pull you over to the map.
We're here.
We're here. Oh, we took the thing off yesterday. I gotta throw it back on you. Hang on.
Oh, whoop.
The three figures are, first of all, a what appears to be a large ursine, a bear person. And indeed, he is much larger than either of the other two figures. But for an ursine, he's quite trim. He looks like, we've all seen pictures of those, like, shaved and underfed bears that basically look like shaggy dogs. Kind of that sort of vibe going on. His fur is graying, his eyes are baggy, he looks weary, he looks old, probably in his mid-50s, maybe even a little older than that. Beside him is a small blue kobold, who looks like he could be younger, but even at his young age, his face is wrinkled, his hands are hard and calloused. And then beside them, we have Sketch. Mia, would you tell us what Sketch looks like? What's he doing?
Sure. Let's see. Sketch, the male tabaxi. Oh, I can hear myself. Where's that coming from? I gotta fix that.
Do you have the stream open?
I definitely do. Yep. Okay, that's better. Oh no, but I don't see a picture of myself. I ruined everything.
Oh no. Oh, here, let me see if I can make the map visible. I might not have done that. It should be visible.
Okay, there we go. So Sketch is a pretty thin tabaxi, probably thinner than he would have been a few months ago. He would normally be wearing different clothes than this, but right now he's just wearing a pretty shabby uniform that they've thrown him in. Does he still have the bracelet on? I don't know what happened to that.
Yeah, you had that. They've let you keep that.
Okay. The only thing different from his peers and clothing-wise is a metalled hammer, like a hammered-out metal bracelet. Seems to be kind of crudely made, but he clings onto that. He looks a little skittish, probably. Eyes darting around a little bit, but also sagging, tired.
As Sketch's vision darts around, it keeps landing on Dak Dak, because Dak Dak keeps kind of like tugging against the chains that are kind of linked around a post of this building that you're next to so that you guys can't get too far from the wall. And he's trying to lean forward and look to the left where he can tell that there is like a performance going on. You can see the backs of several Imric soldiers as they watch the spectacle. But as far as he can lean forward, there is no way to actually see any of this that's going on. And try as he might, he just is not able to get a view of it. And eventually, with a heavy sigh, he kind of just leans back and rolls his head. This sucks. This sucks, this sucks, this sucks. Why don't they just let us watch it? It wouldn't even... What would it hurt? It's not like it costs anything. They're just doing it for free. I miss fun. I miss everything.
Yeah, fun was pretty good. I missed that.
Yeah.
Yep.
What else do you miss?
I miss my family. I know that's a cliche answer, but they're a big thing where I'm from.
We're saying, no, family. Family is important. And I miss not being so small around everyone. And when, back home, I'm one of the tall ones, I know it wouldn't seem it.
No, you seem pretty tall for a kobold.
Yeah?
Not that I've seen a ton, but...
Yeah. I don't get out this way much on account of, the invading army. And he kind of yells over, and none of the soldiers give a shit at this point. They're continuing to just kind of watch and laugh.
They're not gonna do anything about it. If anything, they'll come over here and kick you.
You really should keep your voice down. I don't want more trouble. Yeah, well, what about you, big guy? What do you miss? And the Ursine man kind of looks down and he pats his belly and giggles a bit. I miss my belly. Food, huh? Well, yeah, the food, yes. My mama, she makes a good sweet potato. But no, it's not just the food. It's, I don't know, the respect, the efficiency, the reason. When I was little, when they took me from my mama, it was not these men. And he looks over, and it was the Drewski. They took me to their war camp, part of the south, Snowy Hills. I was there for years. Every day, after day after day, I go with 7 men. We cut down the biggest tree we could find. We drag it back. We cut it up. We turn it into machines. Not like these machines. And he looks over to the Emmerich, where you can see Some of the people are indeed machines, these bipedal contraptions holding guns and wearing uniforms as if they were people. And standing next to Lieutenant Jeffrey Wells Praxton is one of the Emmerich Warhounds. This machine made for hunting, made for stalking, made for killing. The thing that would come after you if it was to detect your caller getting too far away. These were the old machines, throwing rocks and sailing. But at the end of the day, we go back to the longhouse with the Drewski, and they sit at one end of the table, and we sit at the other. And the chef, he brings out carrot soup, he brings out potato, he brings out beer and bread, and they eat it, and then when they are done, they give us carrot soup and potato and bread. If they drink beer, we drink beer. If they drink mead, we drink mead.
That sounds a little better than this.
It was. I don't want to give the wrong impression. The Drewski, they're bad people. They're evil, they're monsters, but they at least had reason. They were very efficient, cruelly efficient. And they knew that if we were malnourished, we were weak. 7 men cannot cut down a tree. If they're weak, it would take 14. It would take 20. We were just animals to them. We were workhorses, but at least they had the decency to take care of their animals. These Emmerichs, and he looks over again, they have spent too much time with their machines. They have traded efficiency for pride. They would not deign themselves to eat at the same table we do. It costs them nothing to let us watch the circus. But we are not people. We are tools. I will not die a man, I will die a tool in the shed. I miss efficiency. And I miss my mama and her sweet potato. Very much. Did you have family back home, or are they... And he looks at you with kind of a face that expects that your parents must not be around anymore.
I don't really know where they are, actually. We were together at first, but when they put us in those carts, it wasn't the same one. They could be anywhere by now. My brother, he looks just like me. Well, used to. We probably look different now. He was away from home when it all happened, so he's out there somewhere. Sometimes I lay awake at night and just think about what would happen if he somehow found me and got me out of here.
Eh? He's a strong warrior, yes?
Oh yeah, way better a warrior than I've ever been.
You think he could kill all these men and set us free? And they both kind of laughed to themselves, like...
He would certainly try.
I feel bad for him. He would try and he would be in the ground.
Yeah, I think he'd prefer it that way, though. You mentioned pride, and he's got some.
The kobold kind of chimes in. If it's not too dark, and I get it if we don't want to do this right now, but... You think it's better to be in the ground than this?
No. My god back home teaches us that we can bounce back from hardships and be better than we were before. One day the Emmerich will get what's coming to them, and we'll be on top in the end.
Hope? I like that, the bear speaks up. I like hope. I have nearly forgotten it.
Hope's all we really have.
And as if on cue, you hear light footsteps coming around the building down here to the south, where people don't normally walk through this dark alley. And rounding the bend comes a little halfling, wearing a cloak, with bright red hair, the tips of which are kind of dyed this fiery light pink. Not natural, either dyed or perhaps magical, maybe even Fey influenced. And as he comes around, he spots the three of you that are kind of chained up against this wall. And without really making too overt a motion, changes his course so that he walks just past you. And as he does, he makes eye contact with the three of you, continuing to walk, and accidentally kind of brushes in such a way that his cloak comes unclasped and lands in front of you. And that is where we're going to pull out for a second.
But Cecil, he's here.
Cecil.
I missed so much of what was happening there because I was distracted by Lucy and Petunia Bumblecunt.
What?
Don't
Petunia
you worry.
Thundercunt is my favorite name.
Excuse me?
I was panning around the map a little. It was a mistake.
I'm so excited for this session.
I forgot I could do that.
We jump over to the present day-ish, or at least the past, few days, the recent week or so, to a quiet little city called Applebin. Rolling green hills, chalky white cliffs. It is a land. It is very cute, isn't it?
It's just how I pictured it.
Yeah, so at first glance, it's a little deceiving. You see the first things that show up are these big houses on the hills, and you think, oh, okay. Those are not the normal houses. If you zoom in, these little things are the normal houses. Applebin is a land where the giants live and coexist with the smaller people. Regular humans and elves and tabaxi and dwarves and all those things, but also a pretty high population of halfling. It is a place that has, for hundreds of years, been peaceful, thanks in part to the fact that the giants who live to the northwest have fought off anyone who's tried to set foot on their precious, fertile homeland. And as such, it's developed a very strong agrarian community. And it's also a very frequent destination for people from the outside world, from the barren lands, where magic is less common, or sometimes even impossible, to visit and to see the spectacle of the wildlands for themselves, to see magic for the first time. It is a place where many make religious pilgrimages. It is a place that has become sort of a melting pot of food and music and hospitality. It is a place where there is no greater slight than to be inhospitable. And as we lower ourselves down and down into the city, we see a flowing river that kind of cuts through this deep green canyon. And stretched all across this canyon are rope bridges connected by towers and windmills that help these citizens to get back and forth across the river, as the cliffsides are far too steep to regularly make a trek over. And skittering across one of these bridges... Where's our boy? Where's our boy? Where's the boy?
Where's the boy?
It's my boy.
My boy.
Southern Hospitality Disneyland. Got it.
Kind of, yeah, with like a little hint of a permanent Renaissance fair, and then a little bit of like an Irish flair on top of it.
That's
I
all
love
on.
this.
Those
I
are
love
all good
of
things.
this. I just hate that it sounds like Apple.
Applebin.
That's the deceit. Other than that, it's fantastic.
We find ourselves following a little black cat wearing the cutest little backpack on a harness around himself that is stuffed to the brim with mail, letters and packages and baggage, as he runs across these bridges one at a time, dropping letters off on people's doorsteps. And eventually, we see that the cat arrives outside of Doorfellows, where the smell of delicious halfling cooking wafts out from two open windows. Tex, would you please describe yourself as you come across this bridge towards Doorfellows, where you have a package to drop off?
Sure. So Tex is a little black cat, not like a anthropomorphic cat as you might expect given this group, but no, just a fucking regular ass cat.
He's a ass cat. He's just a regular old boy.
He's about 1 foot tall at the shoulders. The most distinguishing features that he has is that his tail kind of splits right near the base into two tails, which makes them very odd. They're very like long flowing tails that kind of like whip back and forth, very like uncat-like behavior. He's got a little bit of a swirl of very dark gray fur that's along the kind of base of his spine, and goes kind of up towards his shoulder blades, though you normally wouldn't be able to see it in most light. Yeah, other than that, he's just kind of a regular cat. He's got like Disney villain green eyes, and he's got a little harness that holds his little backpack, which is full of mail.
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, but one note is that he is not like skin and bones, but he is a little scrawny. He looks like maybe he doesn't eat super great all the time, or at least not recently. And let me know if that's not correct.
Yeah, probably. He's been getting by on what he can.
Excellent. Well, you have a package to deliver. It's up to you how you'd like to do it, but as you come across this bridge, just because I must tempt you, You can see that sitting on the sill here, just like every Disney cartoon, is an assortment of meat pies and fish that has been set out to cool, desserts on the eastern window. And you can see that up through the window there is the busy kitchen where nobody is currently watching all of that food.
Gotta
I
love
go
this
and I
place.
start scarfing some stuff down. I grab the biggest fish in my mouth and then I leave.
Alright. As you drop off the letter and then you run over and grab the
Oh no,
biggest...
I grab that first.
Excellent. Alright.
It's on the way, right? I assume it's the farmhouse.
It's this one right here in the middle.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Or where I have to drop off the letter.
Yeah, oh no, the letter is to the restaurant.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect, even better. I'll take the fish and I'll replace where the fish was with the letter.
Alright, excellent. Are you trying to do this sneaky at all, or are you just, like, gunning it? Are you gonna just try to outrun these fuckers?
No, I'll get up onto the windowsill and I'll meow.
Alright, as you do, a couple of these cooks kind of look over, and a couple of them like, morning, kitty. Got some mail for it. And he starts to walk over, and it's like, hey, no, finish your prep. We're on a timeline here. It's like, just leave it there, then.
I'll look at them as if I could ever get anything out of this backpack on my own.
Alright, hang on. This halfling kind of scoots a stepladder up, hops on, and reaches over to fish around in the backpack until she finds the top one, which is labeled to Doorfellow. Alright, and she kind of gives you a little pat on the head. You have a nice day. And don't take that. And she points at you and points at the fish. It's not for you, bad kitty.
I take the fish and I start moving.
As you grab the fish, all of these halflings, like, in slow motion, start to reach for you. And the door at the back swings wide. And you see Chef Gamzee Dorfeld, who you've had many, many struggles and encounters with in the past, comes running out with a wooden spoon. Damn cat! Get that cat! And he starts to just, like, chase after you, but you're a cat. You're long gone. He can't stop you. And so, you get away with your treat and continue on towards the next stop in your path. There's a little inn up on one of these ravines. Where are we? Here we are. And as you stroll down this village street, kind of going back and forth, dropping off letter after letter, the children wave and people kind of glance your direction with a smile. Some of them even wave to you as if you could understand them. Morning, morning. Until eventually you come around the corner and you see, as if he had been waiting for you, a large dog.
This fucker.
And as soon as this dog sees you, he lowers himself down into sort of that pointing position and begins to stalk towards you. What do you do?
God, it is. Alright, I still have the fish in my mouth, right?
You sure do.
Okay, is there... I'm gonna bolt... I'm trying to get north, right?
Kind of. You need to go through here eventually, although you imagine if you bolt north, he's gonna bolt after you.
Right. I think I'm gonna go south a little bit. I'm gonna go down over to these boxes, and I'm gonna try and jump up onto this roof.
Love it.
And then up onto this one.
I dig it. So as soon as you start to bolt, you do see the Casanova begins to chase you. You can keep pace with him, but when you get to the boxes, let me get a acrobatics or athletics check. Either one's fine. There's enough stuff that you can, like, parkour it.
$22.
22 is very good. You are able to nimbly kind of bounce from box to box to box. However, when you jump up to one of the shingles, of no fault of your own, one of them slips loose, and you feel yourself fall with a crash back down into one of the boxes. And you can see the Casanova starts to stalk closer and closer, menace in his eyes.
Boy. I'm gonna just poke my head up out of the box.
You sure can. As you
All right.
carefully poke your head up, you see that he is kind of... He's sniffing around. He knows you're here somewhere. He's got your scent, but he doesn't seem to see you just yet.
All right. I'm gonna try and get down low, hide for a minute, and if or whatever he kind of pokes his head in, I'm gonna just jump on his face, claw him, and then try and leap up onto this lower roof,
Love it.
off of him.
Love it, love it, love it. All right, you kind of watch cautiously hunkering down, your hair starting to stand on end on the back of your neck. As he gets closer and closer, you can see his kind of golden brown eyes as they start to follow your scent up the boxes and then back down towards the one that you're hiding in. And it gets closer and closer until you hear a voice from behind him. Hey! Get away from my kitty! And you see that coming around the alley is a young troll girl. A young troll girl is about as tall as a regular person, and she's not quite there yet. But she looks like she may be 3 or 4. No, a bit older than that, maybe 7 years old or so. But she is probably about 5 foot tall. And she spots Casanova kind of coming down to get you. And she reaches for a shovel and comes running in, screaming at the top of her little lungs. What do you do as she approaches to flank?
I guess I'll leap out and just claw this fucker across the nose.
Hell yeah, give me an attack roll. Ooh, that's good. Give me damage.
Is it a crit with flatfoot?
Great question. Let's find out. It is not. You slash across his snout. And as you do, Tara kind of swings the shovel kind of at his hind. She's not trying to actually kill this dog, but to at least spook him off.
Yeah.
And with a bonk, Casanova decides that he's in over his head and starts to run off, his tail between his legs. And Tara looks down at you. Morning, Mr. Kitty. You okay?
I'm gonna look at her a little bit, and then I'm gonna try to jump back up onto these boxes and onto the roof.
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to be scared. And she kind of sets the shovel down, and she stoops down real low, and she does the, come here, I got something for you. And she holds out in her hand this little tiny kind of porcelain plate that has some sort of a fish patty or something like that. It doesn't look exquisite. It looks, in fact, to be quite handmade with kind of a low budget. But it does also smell pretty delicious, and it's already prepared and ready to go.
Yeah, I come over. I'll plunk my fish down onto the plate too and start eating.
She kind of sits down next to you and fishes around in their pocket until she finds a little bit of jerky. You know, Mr. Kitty, when you're afraid, you don't gotta do it alone. She looks at you, almost expecting you to talk back to her, even though she knows you won't. Sometimes you can hide, and sometimes you can be strong enough to fight. But sometimes when it's scariest, you just gotta meow real loud and wait for a friend to come around the corner with the shovel and beat somebody. Mom always said, as long as you carry an extra fish, a friend is just a hungry mouth away. And she kind of pats you on the head and starts to pet you a little bit as you continue to eat.
I'll begrudgingly allow her to pet me as I scarf down the food.
Doing that thing that cats do where they arch down as you pet them while they're trying to eat.
Yeah.
Are you flicking your tail against her very hardly?
Tails are just kind of twitching aggravatedly.
Yeah.
Boy, you look like you're hungry. Hey, you can tell me your secret. I know you've got one. Why you got 2 tails, Mr. Kitty? Nothing? Ah, nuts! I thought today was the day for sure. Well, you have a good day, Mr. Kitty. The circus is in town. I want to go see it. Maybe I'll see you there? Right, okay, I'll see you there. And she kind of springs up and starts to skip away.
Just kind of awkwardly finish eating, grab my the rest of my fish, and I'll go and continue on my route.
Alright, excellent. We're going to jump back to our flashback scene.
These fucking tokens are so good back.
I'm real excited. Sketch. The cloak has been dropped in front of you, and as Cecil continues to walk by acting nonchalant, he does just ever so slightly look over his shoulder and gives you a wink. And then he goes, excuse me, passes through all of these Imric soldiers and around the corner.
Okay, I'll stoop down and pick up the cloak.
All right. As you pick it up, you notice that it seems to have weird pockets, hidden pockets perhaps. And the only reason you spot them immediately is because there are two on one side that have been pulled out as if to show, they're empty pockets. And then there's one on the other side that has been pulled out.
I'll reach for where the fourth pocket supposedly is.
All right, sure enough, as you kind of feel around the seam, even knowing that it's there, it's a little tricky to find. But you fish around and you feel a slip of paper as well as a key. And you should be able to see some loot in there. Let me post it over here.
I do. Okay.
The note reads, best I could do on short notice. I'm sorry. But, hey, enjoy the show. Signed, Cecil. And the key, you can see, matches the cuffs that are around your ankles and around the ankles of Dak Dak and Alexi. It will not remove the collars. You know that as long as those are on you, they will know if you run and they will be able to very easily pursue you. But at the very least, you might be able to get your ankle cuffs off.
I'll try it on mine first before I get anyone's hopes up.
Alright. Give me a thievery check. This isn't terribly hard. It seems that all of these soldiers are kind of entranced by what's going on at the circus. Just don't roll a 1. Oh, and also, speaking of not rolling a 1, all of you start with a hero point, because this is Pathfinder. I'm going to give an additional point to Drake for all of the wonderful art that he's done leading up to this session. Likewise, Jaeger has done lots of wonderful art already, too. And Sketch, you'll get some soon, I promise. Alright, 11 is plenty. It takes some time. This is not really something that you've done a whole lot before. But everybody who could spot you is very busy watching the circus. And with a... you feel your cuffs come free. Your ankles, for the first time in a very long time, are free to move more than 1.5 feet apart from each other.
Nick.
Dak looks over. Hey, what the fuck? Where'd you get that?
Don't worry about it. You're next. Here, come here.
Oh! And he excitedly starts to swing his his ankles towards you.
Now we can't go anywhere because we have the collar, but we might be able to go into that tree and watch. They won't be able to see us if we hide good.
Dak is like, oh yeah, let's do it. And Alexi is like, are you sure this is a good idea?
No, but when are we going to get a chance to see the circus again if we don't do it?
He slowly lets a smile crack across his face. All right, then. Let's go. And with a start, all three of you kind of hunker down real low and start to skulk over to this tree, where eventually you're able to climb up onto it. As you make your way up onto a big, sturdy branch, you are finally able to get a clear view of everything that's happening in the town square. And it's not much. It's 4 or 5 performers that are kind of just half-heartedly putting on little shows. You can see that there are jesters telling jokes to a handful of children. A goblin carefully hobbles his way around on stilts. You can see that near the back there is a bugbear woman who's watching all of this with kind of a little bit of a stern face on. And besides her, an enormous gorilla wearing a cute little pink top hat and a bow tie around its neck. And in the center of all of this, you can see that there is a sharp, handsomely dressed fox with different colored eyes, just like yours, who is doing flips and cartwheels and pirouettes. He's very acrobatic, and although he doesn't have much equipment to work on here, every time he does one of his routines, he gets applause. He makes a pass by all of the Emmerich soldiers and sort of playfully gives them, one of them a rose, and then he goes over to the children, stoops down, tells them a joke, and they giggle, and he runs back. And it's silly at first. It's mundane. It's just a little circus. But for Sketch, and for Letzi, and for Dak Dak, it is the first time in a very long time that you have remembered what it's like to see mirth, to see joy, to see freedom. What goes through Sketch's head during all this?
He's a little amazed. It's simple stuff, but they're all talented just the same. It seems like quite a fun career, getting to make people happy. He doesn't get to see that much these days. He probably leans out a little bit, looking at Argus. Dashingly handsome man. You don't see that, in the mines usually. Just worn out people.
For sure. And as you kind of look over your shoulder, you see that Dak Dak just has the biggest smile across his face. And Alexi has a tear rolling down his cheek. But that is the point where suddenly this sturdy tree branch that you have chosen to sit on cracks. And with a tumble, the three of you fall to the ground. And when you do, you watch as every one of these Emmerich soldiers turns their head to look at you. Including that of Lieutenant Braxton, who takes a drag and starts to walk towards you.
Oh, shit, guys, blame me. It's my fault.
But, Sketch, no, you can't take this for yourself.
It was my idea. You guys wouldn't have done it if I hadn't asked you to.
Lieutenant Braxton kind of saunters up to you, cigar still in his mouth. What you doing, boys? Where's your cuffs?
They're right over there. We were going to put them on, but, can't really climb trees with them on. And we couldn't see through the line of riflemen who decided to stand right in our way for no reason.
I don't remember giving you an order to go up that tree and watch the circus, do I?
No, I suppose not.
You always were a troublemaker. Seems like every time you get your pretty little eyes on some new fancy thing, it's jailbreak this and jailbreak that, huh? You know what? I think I know the answer to this little problem. And he steps forward, and he puts a hand under your chin, and he holds it firmly so that you are looking right at him. And then he begins to speak to you in cheeky. It's not great, but it is enough. When I first saw these, I had high hopes for you, Spirit Weaver. You were no good then, you're no good now. And he takes a long, long drag off of his cigar. The tip of it kind of glows bright red, and then he looks at your eye. It'll be laundry duty for you, till you fuck that up too. But then, you hear a voice. The fox. Excuse me. Lieutenant Braxton it was, yes? And you see Argus begins to rush over. Is one of your men giving you trouble, sir? It won't for much longer. Sir, if you don't mind, if this, slave is of no use to you anymore, I believe the circus may have an offer that you might find appealing. We would be happy to take him off your hands. We'd give you a full price. So long as you do not maim him. We do need both of his eyes if he was to perform with us. And he looks at you, and he looks at the cigar, and he looks back at your eyes. Full price? Yes, of course, full price.
You just said just now that I was pretty worthless, just so you know.
When you speak, he backhands you. No, I guess you sure are, aren't you? Lucky day, boy. Hey, and he motions to one of the soldiers. Get this thing off him so we don't lose it. And you watch as this Emmerich rifleman comes over and extends a key, and with a click, you feel the collar come off your neck. And as you feel the fur under that collar for the first time in years, you look over your shoulder and you see Dak Dak and Alexi looking at you with a mixture of panic, of fear, and with just the tiniest bit of a spark, envy. What do you do?
Oh God, like, oh man. I guess he'll give a little bit of a smile towards their way and just mouth the word hope. Just a little nervous smile, I guess.
Yeah. Alexi sees that and his face lights up a little bit, although there's still kind of an acceptance that washes over him, knowing that it'll just be the two of them now. And Dak Dak can't stand that thought. What about me? What about? Come on, I can do flips. I can walk on narrow things. Please. And Argus looks, and you see a sadness in his eyes. I'm quite sorry. We do what we can afford, but we'll be back next year, right? We'll be back next year. And he looks to you, Sketch. If you'll come with me, with your leave, sir. Lieutenant Praxton looks at you. Get out of here.
Let me just collect my things first. Thanks.
You have things now.
Yeah, on the ground over there. He'll pick up the cloak and take it with him.
Argus takes your hand and hurriedly starts to walk you away. And then we jump to the present day.
Ugh. Even though it's a flashback, I'm tense.
Oh boy. You are in Applebend with the rest of the circus, where you are preparing to set up for what is one of the biggest shows of your route. This is the moneymaker. This is the big one. And as such, tensions are high. Everybody is being pushed to their limits. Everybody is being forced to practice and work and work. And everybody is all around you just exhausting themselves with all of this. And Argus stands beside you, breathing heavily as you two have just finished a routine. All right. I do hate to do this to you, but do you think we should practice the Savage Act?
Do we need to? I suppose Petunia expects it.
I thought that I had convinced her. It really is, frankly, abhorrent. But she insists that for the big show we do it, even if it is a little unsavory. I'll try to talk to her again. We might be able to get it off of the routine for next year, but for this year, I think it would be the best way to get Petunia off our backs.
Okay, I guess. I really don't like doing it, but if it's the easiest way.
Well, at least for practice, you don't have to wear that ridiculous costume.
Oh, thank God. I was about to ask. I really didn't want to.
And so he goes to fetch a handful of metal rings, and while that happens, from the south side, Tech enters the scene where you have a handful of mail packages to drop off. Most of them just kind of go to various travelers who have arrived and are staying temporarily at what is essentially the medieval equivalent of a trailer park. But there are a few that are going to the circus itself.
Cool. All right, then, yeah. I'll start heading over, trying to find the people that I have to deliver these packages to.
All right. You drop off a few, and a few of them are very easy. And as you walk by this orange tent, you see that there is a poster for the circus right in front of you. Madame Monarch's Menagerie. And I will show this for those who didn't catch the stream yesterday, although I think it was everyone.
Still, it's pretty.
It's pretty.
It is pretty.
Below this sign is a help wanted sign, mentioning that they're looking for jugglers, jesters, and entertainers. But in the biggest lettering at the very bottom in bright red, seeking fortune tellers and mediums.
Huh. Well, don't know any of those. So.
All right, excellent. You have a handful of packages that require you to go up and actually get a closer look at the circuit.
Yeah, I'll take a little bit looking around.
Wonderful. As you
suck in the misery.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And at first glance, it seems like a happy place. It's clear to you that everybody is working hard, but there's sort of an air of optimism of industry. This is a big show, and they're excited to do it. But you see that as you come up the hill, the entryway to this kind of construction and practice area is being guarded by Lucy, the enormous gorilla wearing a pink top hat, who is standing there with her arms, one kind of crossed in front of the other, as if guarding the entrance to this place. And Lucy looks down and kind of locks eyes with you.
I roll my eyes so hard. Alright, I'm gonna try and... I'm gonna do the cat thing, and I'm just gonna go make a wide berth. I'll sneak through some of these other tents, and then kind of just try to avoid her.
Excellent. You do see that Lucy kind of like slowly prowls around as you go. Excuse me. But eventually, when Petunia Bundlekunk recognizes that Lucy is acting strange, walks over to the fence. Hey, is that the mail? Come here, bring it here. Here, kitty.
Roll my eyes again. Head over.
Yeah, good kitty or whatever, I guess. Just give me the mail.
Just turn my back so they can dig around in the backpack.
Alright, she stoops over, kind of leans over this fence, and eventually fetches out a couple pieces. No, and she tosses an envelope that's not for her, literally just onto the ground. No. Oh, here we go. And after scattering like 4 or 5 of your letters, grabs the couple that are for the circus. Alright, go on, get, or something, skedaddle, and starts to walk off.
I meow very aggressively, as if expecting a tip.
Give me the world's hardest diplomacy check.
Lucy's right there. Lucy will get it.
No chance this can be, like, thievery.
If you want to try to steal from her, you can do that.
Nat 20.
Ooh.
Oh, my lord.
Give me all you got, Bundlekunk.
Bundlekunk. That hits different. God.
Is this like a hiddle thing? God, I hate the hiddles. Alright. And she fishes out and grabs 2 silver pieces, which is actually pretty significant, and hands them over. Where do you want these? Just in the bag?
Yeah, just kind of gesture of the bag.
God, good help's so expensive these days. Alright, back to work, Lucy. Lucy kind of looks at you, steps back over.
I've doubled my money. Yeah, I'll go over and I'll, like, scoop up the other... I'll kind of, like, sift through the mail that got dropped. Are any of these important?
What a great question. 3 of them are just regular old letters. One of them, though, is... Okay, boy, how do I explain the mail system here in Hiddlin? The idea is that once every couple of months a ship shows up with all the mail on it, and then you spend the next couple of weeks just going around delivering all of it. Because you're a fucking cat, what that usually means is that you just look at the top letter, go to where that letter goes, and then drop it off. You don't like sort all of this mail ahead of time, because that's hard. Right. So it is a little bit of a surprise to you when one of the letters is addressed to... Sorry, let me fetch it. It was on a different map, but I like it happening here. To a weird little black cat with 2 tails.
Huh. Well, I don't have thumbs. I can't really open this.
As you look over your shoulder, Lucy is doing that thing that gorillas do where they look at one thing and then they look back to you and look back at the thing with like the white in their eyes.
Okay, I'll pick that one up and I'll like try and scoop up the other ones in my mouth and I'll start walking off.
Alright, excellent. As you begin to walk off, Sketch. You are having a conversation with Argus and you're practicing this ridiculous routine, the Savage Act, as Mrs. Bundlecunk calls it. And beside you, you can see that the two squirrel clowns, Castagnaccio and Pugliese, are doing their acrobatics routine practice. And they look exhausted, and they're both kind of, okay, I just need a break. Need a break. And Bundlecunk looks over and says, hey, Bugsy, Castagnaccio, get back to work. Okay, alright, just now. Okay. And they start to do their routine one more time, and you watch as Castagnaccio kind of hunkers down low, like to do the lift, and Pugliese does a running start. And then climbs up into Castagnaccio's hands, and with a hoist, flips up into the air several feet. But as he comes down, there is a gust of wind that just kind of pushes him a little off in a way he didn't expect. And he lands with a crack. Oh, God damn it, Pugsy. Ugh, Bundlecunk kind of looks over. God damn it. Castagnaccio, what are you doing? Boy, we're going to have to get this fixed before the show tomorrow. She picks up Pugsy. All right. Argus, would you go get Madam? And Argus like, oh, yes, of course, right away. Starts to skitter over to to this pink cart, where he knocks on the door a little frantically. Everybody in the carnival stops and watches as this wooden door creaks open, and out comes Madame Monarch. An Aarakocra woman who is in these fine kind of silk robes that extend down all the way to the ground with this cape that kind of hoods up over her head. And at the back of that cape are these beautiful, enormous false feathers, orange and yellow, kind of in the pattern of Monarch Butterfly's wings. And she steps out wordlessly and starts to hobble over. Without a word, Madame Monarch looks at Petunia and then to Pugliese in her hands. Takes Pugliese, nods a couple times, and silently walks back to the cart. Closes the door behind her with a creak. And then Petunia, all right, back to work, nothing to see here, come on, hey, you two, that needs to be higher, put it higher. Argus eventually comes over. Well, that was something. You think you'll be all right?
I hope so. It was Pugli got injured, or was it Castagnaccio?
Pugliese is the one that was hurt. And you look over and you see Castagnaccio is, like, stunned. He's like, oh, Pugsy, he's gonna be okay, right? Just kind of, like, not even to anyone. He says it to Petunia at first, but Petunia's like, I got stuff to do. Oh no. Oh no, I dropped him.
Argus looks like he wants to say something, but he isn't sure quite what to say.
Yeah, Sketch.
I'm not Argus, I'm Sketch.
yeah, I gotcha. That is where we will pull back for the time being. Tex, where are you headed after your mail run? When it's all said and done and the sun is beginning to set.
I think I make one pass past, like, fishmonger.
Whatever.
Grab a little bit of food.
Do you pay for it with the
I'll pay for it.
Hey, nice.
I think at this point we probably have a rapport where I come over, I meow, he takes a coin, and then I grab a fish.
Oh, for sure.
That's it.
He has figured out that this weird little cat sometimes has money.
Yeah. And then I'll take it and head back to the inn to try and find Ruko.
Okay, wonderful.
There's that weird little dude again.
Let's cut to another flashback. We find ourselves...
Sure.
Let's do it. We find ourselves in Boggemirth, the swampy capital of Blimidil. We lower ourselves down and down. We can hear frogs croaking, crickets chirping. And we eventually see a city built on wooden stilted platforms with little shacks all over it. The sun is still in the sky, but it is setting. It is very low on the horizon. It'll be down any minute now. And standing out like a sore thumb amidst all of this is a gleaming white and gold temple to Aeva, the elven creator god, and also sort of the national god of the entire nation of Cyrillin. This kind of religio-fascist theocracy whose rule has become more and more oppressive and sometimes even violent, especially towards their vassal state, Blimidil here. And we see that in front of this temple is Ruko, in a pillory, his head and his wrists locked up, and a crowd gathered around him. Cyrilo guards and enforcers keep the masses at bay, silently. A sun mage stands beside you, gathering energy, drawing it seemingly from the sun itself as it lowers down across the horizon. And beside you, a tall wolven man with this chalky gray, almost white fur and piercing blue eyes, his hood still over his head. And for an uncomfortably long time, we lingered silently on this scene. The tensions are visibly high, like everyone is afraid to say anything, to do anything, and they're just waiting, their hearts pounding as nothing happens in front of them. And we realize over the next minute or two that these people keep looking up to the sun, checking to see if it is still there, checking to see if there is still time left. What, if anything, does Ruko do during all of this, or has he sort of resigned himself to his fate at this point?
Well, he's kind of stuck.
Oh, also, tell us what Ruko looks like.
Do you really want to know?
Hell
He's
yeah.
kind of a weird little dude. Nah, he's a feroxa. Like a fossa, but spicy. And, let's see. So that means he kind of looks at a distance like a puma or a tabaxi, but you get closer and things get weirder. He's got these piercing blue eyes. He's got this, like, cat-slitted pupils. And this keen look about him. Long tail. Kind of a lithe, agile body, but overall he's pretty lanky. He kind of looks like a nerd if you want to, fight later, but we'll talk about that.
And notably, they have left his glasses on him, which is perhaps a little weird.
Yeah. He usually keeps them on for reading or, like, doing things that are not this. And, yeah, he's got, God, he looks like how much clothes does he have on right now? He doesn't look like he has much.
Barely enough to be decent.
Oh boy. Anyways, he's got these, it kind of has this Tasmanian devil sort of stripes across his body. Really long tail. It's like almost the length of his whole height, which is about 5'10".
Yeah.
And he, in the meantime, is doing his very best to summon the confidence to glare at Lucian, this tall wolf, with his hood still up.
I dig it. We're going to roll for that here in a second. But first, there is also a sign posted on the pillory beneath him that reads, Witch, Traitor, Terrorist. As you try to make eye contact with Lucian, let's see how this goes. Even on a natural 2, that is a 34. This man,
Fuck.
perhaps because of your history, or perhaps just because of his shadowy and stoic and cold nature, is hard to keep eye contact with. Every time that your eyes lock with his, there is a hunting fervor that you can see behind them, a cold and calculating and ruthless efficiency to them. But when he notices that you look up, or go ahead.
Sorry, just with fear and hatred and mostly fear, he's just summoning within him just a plea out to whatever will listen, the gods, the spirits, anything to just swoop down and smash this dude, because he's scary as fuck. It's not working.
As he notices that this little bit of fear starts to creep up in you, and as you try to muster the courage to look him in the eye, he turns and he draws back his hood. And he stoops down, kind of to your eye level. Family. They're never there when you need them, huh?
You must have never had them, you heartless bastard.
Oh, I know all about that. It appears your time is up, Witch. I'd say it's time for you to meet your maker. But well, I suppose in this we are kin.
Is that so? You can try. Perhaps he'll come back. You don't know how to solve the problem, do you?
Give me a little intimidation check.
Oh boy, new character, who dis?
You can do it. It's on the hands page. You have spirit, I have to give you that. But it is no good. He looks back
Too
up
bad.
towards...
You seem to have misplaced yours. Curious.
He scowls. There's a little bit of a snarl as he kind of reveals a couple of his teeth. And he looks back up to the horizon, and as he does, he looks over past you to the Sun Mage, who is kind of doing these darting eyes back and forth between the horizon and Lucian, the horizon and Lucian, as if to silently say, "Time is almost up, sir. If we're going to do it, we must do it." And he gives a little bit of a nod, and you watch as this Sun Mage begins to charge some sort of a big spell, drawing light from the sun as it dips under the trees. And Lucian comes back over to you with his hands behind his back, in straight posture. "As the radiant holy sun devours you, let these be your final thoughts." And then he swoops down, eye to eye, inches away from your face. "Your death was unnecessary. At any moment, your brother could have done something. He could have said something. He could have showed up, turned himself in, and paid justice for his crimes, if he truly cared about you. But instead, and I need you to give me a perception check."
Oh boy.
As you avert your eyes almost instinctively from Lucian, looking down between these rotted and withered wooden boards, you see movement below them, in the swamp, people trudging around, shadows in the dark directly beneath you. And although you can't make them out, you suddenly recognize the laughter of Zephyr, the little sand cat. And you know what that means.
Oh boy. I can't run away. Help.
You're kind of stuck here. And so it begins. Let's see. Pew! There is all at once, in the middle of Lucian's sentence, an eruption of swamp water that bursts up under this platform. You watch as all four of these champions are basically sucked down into the bog as the wood underneath them crumbles and splinters. And under you, you feel an entire chunk of this platform just go flying up into the air as you feel this concussive blast of swamp water just rise up in a burst. And as you are tumbling through the air, looking down as sunlight pours in, you see that covered in muck, after having waded through the swamp, is Zephyr, along with Asha, and your brother, Amar. And as you spin through the air, still in this pillory that is now tumbling in free fall, you see Asha reaches her staff up towards you, and you feel your arms begin to shrink and pull into your shoulders. Your legs begin to pull up into your hips, and then your entire body begins to grow smaller and smaller, the world around you growing bigger and bigger. And as you try to call out, all that comes out is a and you look down and realize you have become a frog tumbling through the air.
Ribbit.
The slow motion ends, and you land with a splash surrounded by all of this splintering wood in the swamps. Zeph, who's now much bigger than you, kind of pats you on the head and then fucking bolts. "Let's go! Get out of here!" Asha looks at you. "You must swim. Go north. They will follow us. We will meet you there. Do not tarry. They will find you." And your brother, Amar, gives you a little bit of a wink and then leaps up onto the deck, draws a pair of daggers, and begins to spar off against Lucian Remus. "There you are. I knew you would not disappoint." What do you do?
Well, I think I've had enough. I've had my time. I think I'm getting out of here.
All right. You begin to book it as fast as your little frog legs can swim through the swamp, dodging wooden debris as it clatters down into the swamp around you, doing your best to avoid snapping turtles and all of the other fauna that would make a fine meal out of a frog, wondering perhaps what happens if that happens. But we cut to the present day.
Yeah, and just briefly though, I am concerned about Amar, but I've grown up, and he usually has a handle on this. But this is, I'm a frog. I'm gone.
Yeah,
I'm getting out of here.
absolutely. There's a moment of concern as you think back and you know that Amar is putting himself in tremendous danger to do this. And you hear his voice call out, "What are you all doing? Now's the time! Join me!" But there is nothing but the sound of him and Lucian sparring.
No.
And we cut to a little shack back in Applebend. Tex, when you arrive and get your fish and presumably start to get it set up so it can be cooked, lay down your mail bag. You do notice that there is another package that falls out, addressed to Ruko Zorakai. However, you can hear that he is currently busy with some clients, cutting into the main living chamber of this meager cabin along a wooded stream. We see Ruko, a little older, perhaps a little wiser, it's hard to say, in front of a table where a crystal ball gleams with magic. And on the other side of the table, we see an adorable family of furbolgs. Four of them, a mother, father, and what appear to be their two teenage sons, which puts them probably around 7 feet tall. These big, bright red noses, these slightly pointed ears, these faces that even in the middle of a heated discussion can't help but look friendly. And the mom says, "So anyway, I guess that's the gist of it. They think that they should just run off and die to the Imrics to prove their worth or something. And then one of the brothers speaks up, and they think that we should just let those bastards walk all over the wildlands like they own the place." The dad kind of wiggles his mustache. "Boy's right. We have a duty. Eden already failed that duty, and look how that turned out for them. I'm not here to see the good Hiddlins crawling with monsters because we were too scared to stand up for our neighbors." The other brother kind of chimes in, "Okay, but you're missing the point. The whole reason the songbirds did what they did is so that our neighbors could defend themselves, and it's working. Meanwhile, Cyrillin is creeping through Blimadil like a virus, and it's only a matter of time before they're here on our doorstep. We do need soldiers, but not on the other side of the wildlands, not while danger lurks nearby." The first brother says, "Oh, please, that's what the giants are for. That's all they are, huh? Just meat shields for the little people. The giants have protected our borders since the Golden Wars, you dipshit." Language, both of the parents kind of call out. And there's no reason to think that Cyrillin is going to pick a fight with them now. Cyrillin doesn't pick fights, Rudolph. They connive, they cheat, they sneak. Well then, what do we need soldiers for, Baxter? If we can't fight them, then maybe we should just both become librarians, or we'll learn them to death, huh? Is that what you want? And the mom kind of holds up a hand. "Boys!" "Sorry, ma'am. Sorry. I will not see our family split up. Wherever the boys go, they will go together. That is how it's always been. We couldn't reach a decision on our own," and she looks to all of them, "so we agreed to seek answers from a higher power," and she looks to you and to your crystal bar. And the dad kind of wiggles his mustache again. "So, what do them higher powers say, huh? Send the boys off to war, or stay here and, I don't know, become librarians or something?" And they all look at you expectantly.
Well, perhaps you should not be looking at me. You should be looking at the spirits. Perhaps here. I have a way to commune.
They all lean
And
in,
you'll-
kind of like, "Ooh, okay, yeah, let's do it."
And so Ruko, he loves doing this. This is a hard case. You got a whole family, not just some swindly drunk dude, but this is yeah, he's actually trying this time. And he pulls out his cards from his pack, and with an easy flick of the wrist and swish, he lays them across the table, scoops them up, shuffles them. It's like the equivalent of a tarot deck in a way. And then he'll draw out 3. Or like a spread for them. Draw out 3, and then put them on onto the table. And he has this whole air about him, like this weird... He's a weird-looking dude in the first place. He's got these, like, keen, weird, sharp eyes, and this weird tilt to his head. Sometimes he does, like he's listening to something that isn't there. He's in the moment. And, he'll start to draw the cards.
The boys watch as you flip each card over, and one's like, what does that one mean? And the dad kind of like, hey, hush, let him work.
Alright. You see, he starts getting this like concerned look on his face. Each one represents different points in time. One is for the future, the present, and the past. And then he'll kind of ponder them for a little bit. He kind of draws it out for a second, just to like give the thoughtfulness to the moment, while I, as a real person, also give some thoughtfulness to the moment.
All of them look with wide-eyed wonder as this magical light kind of fills the room emanating out from the orb. They are fully entranced by all of this.
So the first card is going to be one of a cart returning home. Like pointing toward the user as you view it. The second card is an emperor, where one half of his face looks imperial and perfect and noble, contemplative, and the other half is melding into something like a spider, corrupted and bent, his eyes on a different level than the other. He's changing and bending.
The mom's like, oh, that doesn't look good.
And then the third is something important for sure. It's going to be a crumbling tower, where on one half of the tower there's a crane rebuilding the stones, making it more defensive. The other half of the tower is crumbling, while there's small little sketches of little figures off out in the far distance fighting and killing each other, while the tower crumbles. Kind of a more obvious one.
Yeah. Rudolph kind of points, see, that one's gotta be in war. Surely we're meant to stop all that.
I come out of the curtain with the fish in my mouth, and I jump onto Ruko's shoulder and drop the fish in his lap.
Ruko does a valiant effort of not being distracted, but there's a whole goddamn fish in his lap.
Give me like either a performance check or a deception check to make this seem spooky and witch-like instead of a house cat being annoying.
Okay. Just playing it off.
Playing it off, it's decent. A couple of them chuckle. Oh, look, it's a familiar. I've seen one of those. He's a little feisty, isn't he? Is this gonna mess with the spirits?
Oh, certainly not. Though he is a little too familiar.
They all just kind of like look at you.
He just daintily takes the tail of the fish and like sets it off toward Tex's face, hoping he's gonna bite it and take it away or something. Does he get it or?
He puts a paw on your face and...
He just squints. He puts the fish down. Alright, Tex. I'm a wee bit busy at the moment. Is everything alright?
I stick a claw into your shoulder.
Baxter.
And I
Consulting with the spirits.
I jump off your shoulder and go back to the back room.
In every cat, my friends, is a wee demon.
They all laugh. Oh, ain't that the truth?
Very well. Let's resume where we left off.
Yeah.
So, he almost like he pauses in a way that makes them look from the cards. Eventually, I'll back up to him, and he's looking off toward the corners of the rooms, like he's seeing things. And this blue orb, this disc in the middle of the room, like it glints off of his glasses sometimes, and his eyes are just that same crystal blue. And he's like seeing things, and he's contemplating. And he puts one clawed finger down onto the Emperor. I sense this one a clear indication of Cyrodiil. Their spiderwebs extend far. You may not see them, but you may trip over them and never notice. But the vibrations go back to the epicenter. They will know. They have their eyes, and that will bend. I sense. Perhaps this will lead to an answer.
At this point, Baxter kind of chimes in. See, I told you, we gotta stay here. We gotta get ready for that. We can't be risking our necks for people who aren't in danger anymore and lose our own home in the process. The mom kind of raises her hand. See, yeah. I think that's the right of it, right? And she looks to you, Ruko, as if for confirmation.
Secretly, Ruko is agreeing with this, but he gives the benefit of the doubt. Let's continue. Perhaps there'll be something more to understand.
Right.
And then he will go to the next one, the crumbling tower. This one.
Poke my head out of the curtain. Just like stare at Ruko for a little bit.
Ruko does some like gestures as he's explaining things, and then in a subtle little flick of his wrist behind him, he flips the middle finger at Tex and then brings it back as subtly as he can. Like, fuck off for like
How do you
3
subtly
minutes.
flip off a cat?
You know. Just 3 minutes. Alright. And he looks at the tower, and he's... Ruko, from his background, he lives in a fortress. The defense of it is sacred. And the thought of going out into faraway lands and dying, where nobody could know your deeds, your manliness, whatever you went out there to fight for, to prove yourself, you'll prove it to no one. That's what he's thinking. But he'll try to relay this message in a way to them that's like, the defense from afar. See the people out there fighting while their home crumbles. Well, perhaps that's what the spider wants. He wants to disconnect them. To connect his own network within and occupy. Ugh.
So, Baxter's like, see, I told you, we gotta stand unified. We gotta stay here with our kin so that we can wall up when they get here. Murphy kind of... you hear Tex.
Jeez, that door.
You hear Tex. I assume probably has to like do the thing where cats jump up and bite at the handle and like kick and scratch, and the door swings open somewhere in the back, and they all look towards the curtains. Is everything all right?
Like I said, a wee demon in every cat.
I see.
This one particularly.
I find something to knock off a shelf.
So that's it then. We should stay here and prepare to defend. We should just live our lives normally until we're in danger.
Not normally. He kind of raises this point just to appease the naysayers here.
Right.
Alright. Not normally. You must train, defend, and fight. But to be prepared within this immediate vicinity. Not far, far away where you cannot return. You see?
The dad kind of nods, his arms crossed. Well, if that's what the spirits say, then I think that's good enough for me. We'll get you guys over to Gigi's tomorrow, get you outfitted. Thank you for your time and your help. What was your name again?
Ruko Sorikai.
Ruko Zorkai. Alright. You've been a tremendous help. What do we owe you for all this?
I had a price in mind, I'm sure.
You say a number, and they're like, "Oh, that's fair," and they slide a couple of coins across. The mom shakes her hand. "Thank you so much. I know it wasn't you that made the decision. It was the spirits, but all the same, you allowed us to hear them, and I think that our family would be better for it." You're
Precisely. I am a medium between the worlds. Though I do like food.
well, don't we all? You're in the right place for that. Speaking of which, I hear the carnival's in town. I think I'm gonna go check it out tomorrow. Get some of those. Well, they fry everything, don't they?
There's a whole carnival.
There is, yeah, up by the high cliffs.
A whole carnival I haven't heard of, he says, directing his voice to the other room.
Something else smashes on the ground.
The family kind of packs up their things. They bow, they thank you, and then they begin to head off, leaving you alone with Tech.
I just start knocking more shit off the shelves.
Yeah. Instead of getting up and being mad, Ruko just lays back on the floor after they leave and just listens to the chaos slowly unfolding for a moment.
If I hear the front door close, I'll come running out and I'll jump onto Ruko's chest.
Tex.
I will not be ignored, brat. We have a problem.
Will not be interrupted. What?
I'll take him back and I show him the package for him and the letter for me.
Oh.
We should burn them both.
Well, perhaps.
They could be tracking us with these.
Well, I don't think it likely. Perhaps. You know the writing? Oh,
Well, this one's addressed to a weird little black cat with two tails, so it's probably just a kid or something. But the one to you, is more concerning. And I'll start,
Really?
put my paws on the letter to me and I'll start chewing the envelope open.
Yeah, you spend 60 seconds just chewing this thing open.
No, before he gets 20 seconds in, he'll swipe it away.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll open it. Here you go. Okay. A weird little black cat's a little bit of an understatement. It's more like a demented, evil. He just slips it open anyways and just whatever. They're probably used to just bickering at each other constantly.
Yeah.
As you open up the letter and pull out the contents, you find that it is a dirty, wrinkled poster. It looks like it has been exposed to rain. It looks like it has been dragged through the woods. There's bits of dirt smudging. There is a paw print of some sort of an animal on it. And what you see is this.
Is it a dog's paw print?
Give me a nature check.
Fama sexy.
Maybe. It's hard to tell. You don't really know a whole... But you definitely don't recognize it as a dog. You've been around dogs enough to know that dog footprints usually have 4 toes. So whatever this is, it's at least not a dog. But it appears to be just a poster for Lady Kata's Home for Talking Animals. There's a picture of a parrot that has kind of gone muted with all the weather. The animal paw print is on top of it. And you can see that there are weird scratches in it that at first just look like, oh, something clearly got a hold of this and mangled it. But with a little more looking, it appears to be too deliberate for that.
Well, that's creepy. Have fun.
Meanwhile, Ruko, you do see that there is a larger package, kind of wrapped in twine, addressed to you, with no return label, no indication of who it's from.
Excellent. He'll start ripping it open.
All right.
Carefully, he's not a savage when it comes to packages. He's the guy who unwraps his gifts with, by undoing the tape.
Understandable.
I'm going to save that wrapping.
Yeah.
Save the gift wrap for next time.
You save in the box.
Yeah,
for
probably.
text.
Yeah, probably.
Inside, you first see what appears to be a metal object. It looks like a sprig of foxglove, but it is made from iron. Kind of this very kind of mottled, almost chalky textured, or at least chalky colored iron, shaped like a foxglove. And you have probably seen this at least once or twice on the rare occasions when you go to visit Asha. You recognize it as one of her implements of some sort. And accompanying it are two letters, each in their own smaller envelopes inside of this package. One is marked with an M and the other with an A. And it seems reasonable to assume that those are probably from Malachi and Amar, respectively. Which one would you like to open first?
Oh, Amar.
The letter from Amar is written hastily, but in neat handwriting. And it reads, "Don't mind Dad. He means well. We're worried about you. We always are, even if he has a funny way of showing it. Asha is not doing well. Her dreams have driven her to the brink of madness. We don't know what it is, but when she returned from Zulakara, she was under the impression that it was spreading. She seems to believe that all of us may soon be in danger, or more danger, or at least those of us who weave primal. That is the only underlying thread that she's really been able to identify. We don't know if it's the Cyrilo or the spirits or something else. I'm working on it. Anyway, she's asked me to distribute some of her belongings, at least temporarily, so that if she succumbs, they're not lost. She intended to include explanations so that her expertise would not be lost, but by the time we gathered everything up, she was only coherent enough to describe a few of them. I'm afraid your little gift was not one of them. Good luck. We are desperately seeking a remedy. To lose her knowledge would be catastrophic. And she did ask that I avoid putting all of her eggs into the endangered baskets, so to speak, and to refrain from sending everything to our more experienced weavers. I promise that isn't meant as a slight against you. If you have taken up real magic since the last time we met, then I'm quite excited for you. Not that
He
you're...
pauses on
Yeah, go
real
ahead.
magic, and he takes the paper angrily, looks away for like at least 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I have jumped onto Ruko's shoulder and I'm reading over his shoulder.
Excellent.
He's slouching his shoulder, so it makes it harder to sit on, but you can still do it.
Do the thing where you just like
I just
wiggle
dig my
and...
claws a little more.
Yeah. The
He's
immediate
reading.
backfire. Not that your handiwork isn't impressive, but forgive me, I know Dad already gives you plenty of shit. I really do miss you, Ruko, and I hope you're safe. Dad might not have the greatest way with words, but his words are serious, and they are important. You are in danger. You need to move, and you need to find a way of living that doesn't keep you in any one place for so long. These are not people you can hide from, Ruko. This man is born to hunt, and so you must live to run. For your own safety, not just ours. I've heard a rumor that pirates burn their houses down every 2 years. I don't know if that's true, but it might be worth looking into. I don't suppose you enjoy fishing? Be safe, Ruko. P.S. Oh, and hey, I know it's dumb, but the next time you're doing that whole medium thing, would you tell Mom hi for me? And for Dad.
He pauses and rereads the last one, the PS. Sighs.
You should also use a fake name.
Well, yeah, he's just thinking he wishes he could really do that. But it heartens him that at least his pathetic magic can still reach out to the things that are important.
Looking down, you do see the mentioned object, this weird cold iron sprig of foxglove. As well as the unopened letter from your dad.
He reaches out to go look at the... Wait, foxglove, as in the flower, or the,
As in-
the glove?
As in the
fox?
flower, somebody has sculpted a foxglove out of cold iron. It is a metal object that is shaped to look like a foxglove plant.
He reaches for it, but doesn't touch it quite yet. He is required to read the message from Malachi first. Gotta open the freaking letter before you get to your present. And
True. Thankfully, as you slip it open, it's much shorter. Or perhaps not thankfully. It simply reads, If I can find your address, Lucian already has it. Move now. Not tomorrow. Now. Signed, Mal.
Great. Yeah. Serious and important. Got that right. Well, he goes for the foxglove now.
Yeah. As you pick it up, it jingles a little bit. Let's do this. You would know, even without spending a little time to identify it, almost certainly some sort of a magical device used by Asha at some point. With a little time and study, you can learn more about how it works. But eventually you will learn that it is essentially a trinket that allows a minor enchantment effect on Fae, and on Echo Fae, and on certain spirits. She would use it a lot when she was doing negotiations, when she was kind of communing with the spirits. Thankfully, you have seen this in action once or twice, so you know kind of the gist of it, although you may not know its exact nature and purpose.
How curious.
As you're looking it over, there is a knock at the front door.
How fucking terrifying. Tex? Do you have a girlfriend or something?
I don't have friends.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not mine.
There's another knock.
How obvious is it that, like, people are actively occupying this place?
You have a torchlight on the front, and there's light kind of shining through the front door windows, yeah.
Is there a window?
There is. There's a window over here, and then there's also one over here.
Alright. Oh, boy. You're going to have to tell me about your letter later, but, Ruka will go and grab his weapons. His twirly-whirly weird things.
Alright, you start to grab your weapons. There's another knock at the door.
He'll hide them behind himself.
I grab my knife and I go and try and slip out the window.
Excellent,
What
yeah.
you got there?
Easy enough to slip out the window.
Wait. The window, dumbass.
You know, good point.
You guys both climb out the windows.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
excellent.
We take our things.
Yeah, you grab your weapons, you climb out the windows, and kind of scramble. Give me stealth checks to, like, not step on sticks and stuff as you land. Ooh, very good.
Oh man.
Hey, incredibly good. Both of you are able to get out very, very cautiously. What is the plan? Are you, like, running? Are you peeking to see who this is? What are you doing once you're out?
Yeah, we're gonna. I have half a mind to peek to see who it is first, and then run back inside and act normal,
Perfect.
or just run away forever.
Okay, wonderful. What do you
Can I
do?
use my sense of smell to see if I recognize who this is?
Sure. Do you have do you have good smell as like an
I
ancestor
do.
thing? Sick. Then yeah, absolutely. Give me a
I
perception
have,
check.
yeah, set imprecise to 30 feet.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, then yeah. Ruko starts to peek around one corner, and you sniff well before he gets to that corner. Give me that. Well, we'll use. Yeah, here you go. Here you go. You got it. It's pretty good, and frankly, it's a very obvious scent. You smell fine perfume and funnel cake.
Does that seem familiar to me?
It smells a little like when you were at the carnival earlier looking at the wanted poster.
Okay. It wasn't like... It's not the Angry Baker.
No.
Okay.
And then, Ruko, a few seconds later, as you peek around with that natural 20, you see what appears to be a charming, snappy, snazzy-dressed kitsune with two differently colored eyes, one blue and one yellow, who's waiting patiently at the door with a smile on his face.
Oh shit! He'll go and he'll fly through the window and come back here.
You dive back into the window and start to make your way towards the front door.
Do a somersault, go back through the room, and then I try to make a walk across the hallway, trying to level my steps, control my breathing.
Yep.
I'll
Fuck.
sheathe my knife and I'll try and like flank from around the building.
Excellent. All right, good, good. As you open the door, this Kitsune does a grandiose bow. Oh, you are home. Wonderful. I'm so sorry to disturb you so late. My name is Argus. I'm with Madame Monarch's Menagerie. We heard from some of the local townsfolk that there might be a medium here. Do you happen to know where I might find him?
Perhaps. Perhaps it's me.
He
What do
looks
you
at
want to know?
he looks at you. Is it you? Oh, well, it would be my lucky day if it is. I wasn't expecting him to be so charming. We are looking for new talent. I have been sent to scout out for fortune tellers, specifically spiritualists and mediums, or at least those who can give the appearance of it, whether their magic is real or not. And many people pointed me in your direction.
How flattering.
Oh,
Well,
the flattery's just beginning, if
appearances-
that's what you're looking for.
No. I do my work. As is respectable and true. As best as I can.
Of course, as we all do. Give me a deception check.
He sure does try, but he doubts his ability.
He sure does try.
They do a performance.
If you were actually like putting on the show for him, it would be a performance. Since you're just speaking, I think it's deception.
It's the same roll.
Although I will say, I'll say this. Oh, okay. If it's the same roll, we're good. That's pretty good, actually. Wonderful. Well, I know it's very late. I didn't mean to disturb you, but we've been so busy getting things ready, and I didn't want to let this one slip my mind. If you would like to come by in the morning and see what we do, we could discuss opportunities. You could see the world, spend more time with other charming people like yourself. And he kind of does that half-lidded, very wry grin towards you. But I won't disturb you any further.
From behind Argus, I give Ruko a little nod, like, we should go now.
He gives an agreeable nod, makes his glasses glint off the torchlight like, ooh, there could be money in this. I think these terms are amenable.
Wonderful. Then I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah. Sounds like a plan.
I could give another like nod, like,
Or perhaps you'd like some company on the way back in the dark.
I believe that I certainly would. Shall we go see the town together? I don't get to come by here very often, and he extends a hand up to you.
And he'll take it. It's like, seeing a lot of other worlds distracts you from seeing this world. It's real cheesy.
Love it.
Boy.
Love it, love it, love it. As you step down, you see this just delighted charm in his eyes, and he kind of takes his hand in yours and begins to walk with you. So, what do you have around here? And we'll kind of fade out as you begin to show him some of the sights and
the
niceties around here.
entire time I'm running between his legs, constantly tripping him.
Yeah. Ruko shows a surprising ability to deal with it, but also it's still just impossible to deal with.
I'm doing it to Argus.
Oh, okay.
No.
Good.
Oh, yeah, he eats it a couple of times, for sure.
Boy.
Quite the charming fellow. Is he yours?
He's nobody's. But yes. We came across each other's paths.
I see. It is always wonderful when fate brings two people together. It's like destiny, isn't it?
Yeah, really wonderful. That destiny and this don't trip.
Wonderful. We fade out. The night goes, well, eventually you return, settle into sleep. And then the morning comes. But before we talk about what you guys do in the morning, let's see what somebody else is doing. And I'm sorry, Sketch, it's not you. I'm so sorry.
no.
We are coming back to you, I promise.
Okay.
Ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-da. Early in the morning, an innkeeper stands in front of his inn door as people begin to wake up and make their way out into the town. He's dressed finely, and in one hand he has honey sticks, candy that is on little poles that he offers to people as they step out. Oh, fine and fresh, fine and fresh. Have a nice day, have a nice day. And eventually, the door opens, and out stands a tall, gray and white-furred wolf, Worgen man with piercing, icy blue eyes. Oh, sir, Mr. Remus, there was a package for you. And he hands over an envelope. And Lucien takes the envelope and he opens it, reads over it carefully, and then kind of folds it gently and tucks it back into his pocket. Thank you. Sir, if you don't mind my asking, it's not every day that we get, inquisitors here in town. May I ask what you're doing? No. And he starts to walk off. Oh, have a nice day. And then we jump to Tex's route. Tex, your next day goes similar to every day leading up to it. The same thing, the same routine, running mail along back and forth, back and forth. But today, eventually, your path leads you to Gigi's, where there is a pretty heavy package addressed to him. As you come up the hill, winding this long, long path onto one of the plateaus, you find an enormous house, where there is also an enormous blacksmith. This kind-spirited hill giant wearing an iron mask, surrounded by halflings as well as some dwarves, and inside you can hear a couple of other giants that are all busily working away. You can hear the pounding of metal on metal, and you can see the heat of fire as sweat kind of drips down all of their brows. You're very small in this scenario. What do you do?
Yeah. I'll just come over. I've been here a few times, so I'll find a place where I can kind of get up a little bit higher so I'm not underfoot as much, and try and get some attention.
Eventually, with a loud enough meow, Gigi is like, Oh, wonderful. Good morning. How are you today?
If we're out of earshot, I'll say, morning.
Busy day, friend.
No, just a heavy package.
Oh, let me take that off your hands. Oh, speaking of which, I have something for you. And he kind of holds up a big finger, says, give me a moment. And he ducks his head, kind of clambers into his house here. Some time goes by. The crickets continue to chirp as the sunlight begins to poke up over the horizon, and eventually he emerges once more, delicately holding... Or go ahead.
I'm so small compared to everything on this map.
You're so small, yeah. You can see that there's an enormous ship's anchor that looks to be freshly made. There's a chain where each link of the chain is 4 times your size.
Yeah.
There are swords as tall as a house. And you do see that there's also a lot of normal-sized tools as well. Speaking of normal-sized, you do see that Gigi eventually returns, and carefully cupped between his hands, there is a tiny little box addressed to you, Tex, with your name on it. This is a gift, but it is a gift that I would like something in return for, which I guess suppose makes it a barter, but I like to think of it as a gift anyway.
A bribe.
Transactions.
Sure, we can call it a transaction. I don't need anything material from you. I have a curiosity. Tell me. And he sits down. He lowers himself and kind of sits cross-legged in front of you. Still not even close to eye, but now you don't have to look up quite as far as you kind of stare into this iron mask that has sort of a permanent smile in it. Why do you keep your nature secret? This has vexed me for some time now. You seem intelligent. You seem capable. Surely there would be more for you to do if you were to be honest with everyone. So what is it? Why do you keep your secrets?
Someone that you don't want to know about is looking for me.
Oh.
Or maybe. And until I am more accustomed to this form, I would rather they not find me.
It's very understandable. Is he in squishing size?
Yes, you would be more than capable
Hmm.
of squishing them, though I don't know if they wouldn't put up a fight.
Well, I think I'd like to prefer to avoid it anyway. I
They were
had my...
squishing size for me too, but they hardly fight fair.
Well, sometimes things just aren't fair, you know? But we make the best of what we are given. Speaking of that, I wanted to give this to you today because there is a chance that I may be leaving soon. At least for a while. You've been kind to me, and I figured I would send you off with something to remember me by. Besides...
Where are you going?
Oh, it's nothing. I'm heading overseas to see a friend of mine. We worked together briefly, a little bit after the Emmerich War. A friendly man. You probably wouldn't know him. Darbin Tempo.
How do you spell that?
Let's see.
Ain't you a
Darbin.
Darbin.
Ain't you read?
Durban.
Well, go on. Are you going to open it? I do want to actually make sure that it works.
Yeah, I'll go look at him with my lack of thumbs, and I'll just try and scratch the box open.
Humor me this. It may be cruel, but I think for dramatic effect, I would like to see you try to open this one yourself one last time. And I guess give me, like, some sort of dexterity check, thievery, maybe?
What's the box made out of?
It's, like, sort of a hard, like, cardstock. It's flimsy enough that you could just shred it if you wanted to.
Okay, if it comes to that, I just do the cat thing where I slowly bite off a little piece at a time.
Yep. This was worth it. I thought about being nice to you, but this has been worth every bit. Eventually, you do crack it open, and inside, what you find is a very small hand. It appears to be a mummified hand on a chain, like a bangle. I can clip it to you, no problem. And he reaches down, and with surprising finesse, for as big as his hands are, gently lifts this thing, which is the size of like a grain of rice to him, and carefully clips it onto a loop of your little harness. I got this from a friend a long time ago, and I don't really need it. I have figured out how to do things on my own, and so I figured perhaps it would be something good to remember me by. Go on, try it.
Yeah, we'll give it a shot.
All right.
Take a second to attune to it, and then or invest or whatever it is in this system.
You invest to it. It's a pretty quick process, and then you feel magic begin to kind of course out next to where it has been affixed. And as you focus and visualize, a kind of ghostly green hand of magical energy emerges with this like winding, wiggling trail of energy that connects back to the hand on your shoulder. And you find that you can move it. You kind of have to like do a little puppeting motion with your own kitty paw. But as you do, you have full control over all of its fingers. It's very nimble. It's effectively, you can do things that you could do with a normal hand while you have this.
Sweet.
Well, I do have a lot of work to do, but I hope that that treats you well. You've always treated me well.
Good luck in your travels. I don't imagine we'll cross paths again, but if we do...
And he looks at you. Yes, if we do.
well, it'll be pleasant, I guess.
Friendly, even, one might say.
Sure.
And although you can't see his face and the smile is permanently affixed onto his mask, you can tell that there is kind of just a beaming a smile behind all that. Alright, well, you be safe. He starts to walk over.
Good luck.
And with that, finally, we jump over to the circus.
He does have friends.
These
He
acquaintances.
does have hands.
I have a hand now.
Wow.
Ruko, I suppose I should ask, instead of simply presenting this, do you eventually head to the carnival and do you take text?
Yep. I guess so. Don't talk to anyone.
Alright, as you two step in,
Obviously, I'm not the one drawing attention to ourselves.
The attention is welcome. How we get money.
It's also how we've gotten caught.
The right kind of attention. You know what I mean?
as you are wandering around, you are overwhelmed with the delicious smells of fair food. You can hear music being played in almost every direction. Fireworks crash overhead. But then you hear a bell, and almost everyone starts to rush towards the center of the carnival, and into a large tent where you can hear an announcer beginning to speak, introducing various acts. The big show is about to begin!
Well, let's go.
As you step in, you find that there's a large crowd of people that had gathered around a main stage, painted this kind of bright pink, surrounded by a pink fence. Jesters are kind of warming up the crowd. You see one little squirrel in a clown mask who's doing this kind of sad routine. Children kind of laugh. And there's a little twinkle in his eye every time he sees a smile. And in the back, you can see once more this giant gorilla and Petunia Bundlecunk, crossed arms and a furrowed unibrow, kind of looking out over all of this. And eventually you do see that Argus emerges, seeming to recognize you when you arrive.
It's very pink.
Yeah. And that looks like that time you threw up. What did you eat, by the way?
You're cooking.
I didn't cook anything pink. By the way, you haven't brought fish home in a while, and I'm wondering, I'm kind of hungry.
Brought fish yesterday. Fortunately, we're chased out.
Good point.
You owe me a silver, by the way.
What? You owe me a silver.
Argus kind of hops the fence. Oh, you did make it. Wonderful, wonderful. We do have a show that's going on any minute now, but afterwards, perhaps we can speak about the terms of employment, or maybe not to rush things, we can at least talk about the possibility of employment.
Ideal impossibility.
Wonderful.
We can discuss.
Then give me a moment. This shouldn't take long. Oh, and you can see that there's kind of a vexed look on his face. This act is, and I feel the need to tell you this because between you and me, I've come to quite appreciate you. You have good taste and a good head on your shoulders, and I don't want you to think lesser of me for this. This act is her idea, and he motions over to Petunia, this bugbear woman near the back. It's a little distasteful, in my opinion, but it gets the audience going, and what can I say? And he kind of shrugs. Anyway, do try to think the same of me when it's all said and done. It is just an act.
Alright.
Alright, he hops the
Not
fence,
your idea.
runs back over, and hops up. And with a whistle, the crowd begins to go quiet, and he sort of drums up a little attention. All the other actors step aside, kind of sit down to make room for everybody to see him clearly. Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen many wonders here tonight. Spectacles of magic and illusions that pierce the veil between our world and those beyond. But now, I present to you a spectacle that is very real indeed. A magnificent oddity that walks our same earth, just beyond the monstrous gardens of Eden, beyond the Avalonian. I present the Savage Cheeky War Dancer, and sketch. Yep, you got it. Please introduce yourself in this ridiculous garb as you come up onto the stage.
Oh, oops, I didn't mean to make him bow, but it worked.
Works.
It works. Sketch comes out. An untrained eye probably wouldn't tell he's a little subconscious, but those a little more attuned to the world might notice a little bit of uncomfort in his face, discomfort, maybe a slight blush. Not that Fur blushes, but, you know. He'll come out on the stage here.
He extends a hand to help you up, and he kind of does a very flamboyant bow with you as the audience begins to cheer and applaud. They love this one, don't they? He whispers.
You sure do. I don't get it.
He turns back to the crowd and extends his arms. The noble landsman must face fears and challenges that you and I could never dream of, let alone overcome. And as he does, he begins to weave magic between his fingertips. And he forms this enormous hoop that glimmers in silver at first and then lights ablaze. Even the land they walk upon fights their steps, as the rolling hills of Zulakara are sculpted and resculpted by their primitive, fickle gods with the passing of every season. Then he moves on and makes another, smaller flaming ring. And should the huntsman brave his way through the ever-changing landscape, he will find himself surrounded by vicious, man-eating beasts and monstrosities. Even the plants have a hunger for blood. And then he makes one more small ring. But the most dangerous foe that the indigenous primitives must face is their own kind. For Zulakara is a warring land, and its people are eternally locked in an endless myriad of bloodthirsty feuds and disputes, greedily squabbling to acclaim their neighbors' plots of land for themselves. The crowd goes wild, and as he gives this clearly distasteful speech, you kind of look back towards Petunia Bundlekunk, and she's doing that thing that Karens do when they hear something that they agree with, where she closes her eyes and kind of nods along with it, almost taking it in as if it's a spiritual experience for her. She kind of motions her hand back and forth like a conductor as he gives this speech. Drum roll, please! The drums begin to spin up. Can our brave savage survive these dangers? Today we will see. I warn you, though, that although these facsimiles are slight in the face of what the real landsmen face, they are indeed quite dangerous. If you are of weak will or faint of heart and would be irrevocably damaged by the sight of a grievous injury here tonight, I caution you, look away. The drums begin to spin up. And Sketch, I need acrobatics or performance.
Okay.
Uh,
26.
That is magnificent. You guys watch as, with tremendous grace and skill, even in spite of the, frankly, offensive audacity of this act, Sketch himself is an incredibly talented performer. His movements are beautiful, his actions are lithe, his entire form seems almost like liquid as he dances around through these flaming hoops, even adding a few extra accents onto it that are probably not strictly necessary, but flourishes that elevate the performance. You very much get the impression of someone who is far outclassing the work that they've been asked to do. And I assume, and this is up to you, Sketch, that they probably read some things on your face throughout all of this. Discomfort or dissatisfaction and a little cringe here and there.
He does his best to cover it up and put on a show, but it's frankly a little humiliating to degrade himself to this level, and he does it with gritted teeth.
Man, this is impressive. I'll elbow Tex's sleeping body like he's paying attention and continue watching.
I just noticed that he's asleep. Perfect. Eventually, and mercifully, this act does come to a close to a round of ovation and applause from the audience. Petunia Bundleclunk steps over. Nice work. I'll take over from here. And she begins to announce her next act, where Lucy basically does a bunch of juggling, freeing up Argus to first go talk with Sketch. Oh, kill me.
Kill you? Kill me?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to take the
No, I mean, you have to say terrible things.
Awful thing. You know I don't actually think any of those things about you, right?
Oh, I can tell. You don't mean a single bit of it.
I really am going to try to negotiate with her again. Just because she's in charge doesn't mean that we have to be degraded like this. We're not animals.
Right, exactly. Animals. Thinks back to his recent treatment. Not recent, but past treatment. I need to take a bath or something. One of these days, I think I'm going to let the leaves catch on fire, and then maybe I'll just die.
Oh, and then she wouldn't have an excuse to make you wear it anymore if you couldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
I like
if
this
it was
plan.
Just gone.
I'll tell you what, we'll make this happen for certain.
Okay.
And as you start to go backstage, There is a little bit of a small commotion. As Ruko, you suddenly feel a cold chill run up the back of your neck.
Oh, nope, nope, nope.
What do you do?
A scruff text. And find an exit. Where? And look around, see what's going on.
Yeah, as you kind of grab Tex and you prepare to stand up and start looking around, you feel a heavy hand on your shoulder. You realize it is far too late, and he kind of just quietly pushes you back down into your seat. Do not cause a scene.
You know, I always thought you were the kind to, like, look at, fanfare and eat a funnel cake.
I'm afraid you've thought wrong.
Can I do
dying right now.
Can I do a fucking perception check? But an insight check.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just looking for, does he recognize me, or am I just like a cat to him?
He doesn't seem... Oh boy. 21. Well, let's find out. If only there were rules for this sort of thing. Let's find out. As he is kind of putting his hand on Ruko's shoulder to keep him in his seat and quiet, he does kind of glance down at you, and there's a little bit of a But then he turns his attention back to Ruko. The impression you get from a 21 is that he does seem to recognize you, but you're small fish.
Well, that's insulting. And not very acceptable.
Additionally, as you both begin to look around, you notice that quietly waiting, not fully entering the tent, are a handful of additional serial guards, including a sun mage, who are watching this scene cautiously. Eventually, the act kind of rises up into a bit of a heated pitch. There's a lot of noise and a lot of applause, and Lucian takes that opportunity with a firm grip to stand up and begin briskly walking, trying to guide you out if you will walk on your own volition. What do you do?
I sure won't.
Alright.
I bite his hand.
Okay. Okay, sick. Ruko begins to struggle. Tex claws up and begins to bite at his hand. Go ahead and give me attack rolls if you feel like it. Which I'm sure you do.
I would love to miss. I can't wait to critically miss.
Oh no.
You can critically hit.
I don't even think that will be possible.
Yeah, it might not be. Actually, I don't know if you hit on a crit. I think you do. I think he's not quite that high level. That is, though, certainly a miss. As you kind of climb up on his hand and begin to bite, he just kind of swats you down to the ground. However, the commotion of all of it does cause a little bit of a stir. Now look what you've done. Some people look your direction, and among those people is Argus and Sketch. If you would like to, you see this happening as well.
Yeah.
Argus kind of does that thing where, like a Disney park employee sees something that's not supposed to be happening, and skulks very quickly over. Excuse me, what's happening here? And Lucian looks, this man is an escaped convict. I will be taking him with me to Cyrillin. Really? And he looks at you, Ruko, like, with a little bit of shock and confusion in his eyes. A convict? What are his crimes? He is a witch. He's a traitor. A menace to society.
I deal in fortunes and told fortune tales. This one hates that. Ruko's panicking. He's keeping it together, but God.
Your little crystal ball act is not at stake here. What's at stake is the well-being of our nation and the sanctity of our holy order. You are a threat to the land. You would bring the spirits against our people. You would return this place to a primal state of existence, unfit for people.
Oh, that's so strange. I'm so sorry. I thought you were in your own lands before. Maybe you wouldn't have the problem if you were, if you stayed there, perhaps?
As this is going on, Petunia finishes her act and begins to hurry over. What's the meaning of all this? You. Who are you? You're Cyril. You don't belong to the... You have no authority here. Why are you taking my potential employee? As I stated, he is an escaped convict. I'm well within my right to retrieve him. Not in my circus, you're not. You got a problem, you take it up with the locals. Perhaps I will take it up with you if you intend to get in our way. And he kind of stands over Petunia, looking down at her, a foot and a half taller than her. But then, as the conversation is happening, a shadow appears at the entryway to the tent. As Madame Monarch steps in, silently, Lucien looks over and releases his grip on Ruko.
Excellent. That gives me a little opportunity to, supplant my overwhelming fear into this fucking wolf.
Madame Monarch.
I'm trying to cast something.
Ooh, excellent. Oh, okay, you begin casting a spell. Alright, let's see it. Let's see.
Just trying to get this out of me and into him.
You try as hard as you can to channel some of this fear, this panic into him, and as you do, there is not even a drop of concern in your eye, or in his eyes. There is, however, an idle curiosity as he locks eyes with Madame Monarch. He gives a nod, not a bow, certainly, and walks over and begins to whisper. And you overhear him. He is an escaped convict. I understand that I'm out of my jurisdiction, but this is not anything unusual. We have done plenty like this before, and it has never been a problem. What is the problem, madam? And she raises her kind of crooked beak up and whispers something back, very, very quietly. Can you please give me a perception check?
Yep.
Why do I stand so far away?
You can walk over if you want.
I'll stand here. It's a little closer.
Okay. Ooh. Ruko, your heart is pounding. You're a little distracted by a lot of the things that are going on. You can see that they're whispering, but you're not quite able to make anything out. Similarly, Sketch and Tex, it is far too loud in here to hear any of the actual words, but watching their conversation, you do make out a single word that is mentioned by Madame Monarch. Foxglove. Lucien rolls his eyes and sighs, shakes his head. Are you certain? She nods, and she calls out to you. Sketch, this is the first time that you've actually heard Madame Monarch speak. Boy, looking to Ruko. You will work for me?
Why, yes, but certainly, yeah.
She turns back to Lucien. Then he is under my protection. You and your other lapdogs can leave. Lucien is gritting his teeth. His hand is on the hilt of his blade. But he looks around and he sees all of these people. And he eventually relaxes his shoulders and he stares at you, Ruko. And although he intends to do nothing with it, tries one last time to just give you an icy glare. And then he begins to walk off with his men.
Is there anything round nearby?
Round, like a ball? There's definitely like a couple of balls over in the circus pit if you wanted to. Yeah.
Cool. I'm going to use my mage hand and I'm going to throw one under his feet.
I love it. First of all, give me, I don't know, like a ranged attack roll or something? That sounds reasonable. Or like a thievery check would be appropriate. That is quite good. Now I would like you to give me a perception check. That is also quite good. You use your new toy to kind of snatch a little ball, and a lot of people see this as there's a green flash of magic, and you chuck it over in his direction. But Lucian has his back to all of you and is kind of busy talking to his men as they begin to saunter off. And you see that at first the ball starts to go a little wide, but then it hits a little pebble on the ground and bounces just in the right direction to catch the underside of his heel. And although he is nimble and good on his feet, he does stumble a little, and he looks back with a scowl at you, Tex.
Oh. Who's he talking to?
Currently nobody, but he's giving a death glare over to Tex. Tex, do you do anything when he looks back at you?
I glare back.
Give me an intimidation check. Let's see it. He turns to his men. Go search the house. And they begin to walk off.
When he gave that order, I cast message to the guy who was trying to listen to Lucian. It was vigorous, violent sex noises in his ears.
Excellent.
He probably still got the message what the rest of the guys were doing, but yeah, this
For
guy's a
sure.
little confused.
At the very least, that was odd. Madam Monarch looks to you, Ruko, and to Tex, and doesn't say anything. She nods, starts to huddle up. Argus looks to you, and then to Sketch. What was that?
Knocked. She doesn't do that. I forgot I'm supposed to talk up here.
Oh boy.
Could I have done one last perception check on Lucian?
Sure. What you looking for?
I want to see if he has any of the totems on him.
Ooh, okay, yeah, wonderful.
Either him or any of the other people.
Yeah, any of the dudes. You can say with pretty clear confidence that you don't see any of the totems on him. Let me think if there's anything else of interest that you might find. You do see, for what it's worth, that there is just the tiniest corner of a letter poking out of his pocket. And, you know, it's an envelope. You can't tell envelopes apart. They're fungible. But it has at least the correct Checkrex branding of the mail company here in the Hitterland. And he certainly didn't get this, you know, very long ago. You imagine that you probably delivered a letter to him at some point without realizing it.
Hmm.
But with that done, eventually Argus kind of goes back and finishes his routine. Just wait here where it is safe for some time, and when the show is over, we can talk and get to know each other, shall we?
Sure, yeah.
Sketch, why don't you show them around a little?
Oh, right. Okay. I guess I won't change. That's fine.
Oh, I mean, you can do that first if you'd like. Do you need any help?
I think I can do it alone. Thank you. I
Very well. And then you kind of hear Petunia, Argus! And he just like starts to run over there to go help Petunia do whatever she's doing.
Hi, I'm Sketch. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go change out of these. I don't usually wear this. Just to be clear. I'll be back. And he'll run
right.
off backstage to go put on his other uniform.
As you run back and begin to change, you find that Castagnaccio is kind of reapplying his makeup, putting it on freshly. And you can see that there are a couple of tears rolling down his eyes. He's doing his best to hold it in. Okay, alright, keep it together. Keep it together.
It'll be okay. Argus will.
He'll be okay, right?
I think so. The madam's supposed to have good magic, so if anyone can fix him, it'll be her.
Yeah, okay. Alright.
Just put on a good face. The kids out there love you, so.
Yeah, I'll do it for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And he starts to kind of put his nose back on and powder his face again. Hey, when this is all done, maybe tonight, I know that this is kind of dumb, but normally I'd go with Pugsy down to the creek and we'd watch the stars. And I know this is a little forward, but I'm just I'm real lonely.
Uh, I think I can do that. I just need to make sure I'm not. There are some new hires, and I don't know what we're doing with them. I should be free though, and if I am, yeah, I'll go with you.
Oh, new people, yeah, they can come too if they want. All right,
Okay.
okay. And he nods and he kind of like goes over and fetches a big, inflated red ball, and he starts to hop up onto it, and then wheels out into the main stage to the raucous applause of children.
I love him. I'm gonna have to be such an asshole.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, like right before he arrives back with us, and Ruko is still trying to steady his breath and like figure out the bluster that he needs to get, like, to adjust to the situation. He saw what Tex did. He squats down to Tex. Tex, you got the bastard. You see that? You got him. You got him stumbling like a drunk wench.
Not quite good enough, though.
Eh. Good enough for me. It's fantastic.
It's a good thing that Madam was here. I don't know what her deal is.
Yeah. Odd.
For now, at least until we get out of here, we should stay close to her.
Sounds like a plan. Oh, look. The cute guy's coming back.
Fox?
Who? Well, yes, him too.
Sorry about that. I'm back now.
Me?
Yes, I'm supposed to show you around. We probably shouldn't be in here while they're performing. Let's go out back. Unless Spec doesn't want us to go out back, in which case you should tell me where we're going.
So you guys effectively have a little bit of an afternoon to just explore the circus, and we can kind of fast forward through it if you want. But if you want to take some time to introduce each other, and you can essentially make up things about the circus and introduce the place if you'd like.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I said I was Sketch before I left. I'm sorry. Did I not say it loud enough?
Oh no, you're fine. I just I was a little sketched out myself.
Never heard that one before. Let's keep it
Never.
Okay. Ruko will calm down and he'll introduce himself. Like, I'm Ruko.
Good to meet you,
I-
Ruko. And who's your little friend here? Is he not your friend? Is he just a cat that's following you? I've had that happen.
He's my best friend. Best friend in the world. He loves me.
Aw,
Yeah.
that's sweet. We'll have to give him some treats or something later.
Yeah. Maybe a little food bowl or something.
Yeah, I'm sure we can find
His
something.
luck.
There's a whole animal tent, so we should be fine.
Dex, come on, you play along. Let's go.
Oh, he's AFK. I couldn't tell if he was doing the silent cat
damn
act
it.
or not.
I thought he was doing the cat
Me
bit.
too.
Yeah.
I was antagonizing him. Okay, well, I'll follow along. And Urko gets more comfortable after the fright of the moment is kind of passed. Whew.
Yeah,
I
the
jump on
madam's
Rico's shoulder.
Ow.
madam's kind of terrifying, honestly. Madam Monarch. That was that woman we saw earlier.
I gather she runs the place or something.
Yeah, it's Madam Monarch's menagerie, and she's Madam Monarch, so she's kind of important,
Ah, right.
First rule though, don't ever go into her private quarters. I've never heard of anyone going in there and coming out alive. But it's mostly just because people don't go in there. I've never actually heard of anyone dying in there either, but that's not as scary, so I don't say that part usually.
Oh man. Okay. I have no intention. For now.
As you wander, there are booths that have games. There is plenty of food. Sketch, if you want to, you're allowed to just kind of take the food, and you could potentially give it to them too if you wanted to.
You guys are about to work here. I can probably sneak you some of this. Come on, let's go get some food. You guys hungry?
You get free food.
Yeah, just don't overdo it. If Petunia, that bugbear woman, if she sees you eating it, she'll probably bitch at you about it.
True.
Oh, look, somebody that can actually take care of a lord.
Wow.
Do you avoid me hearing this, or
No,
wait? Holy shit, he can talk. You have to tell me when your cat can talk.
Well,
I
he can
can't.
say
That's
it.
just the dementia sitting in.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
It's fully set in for me. And his eyes are like wide.
Um, the work here is usually not hard, but sometimes, when we're about to do our biggest show of the year, and yeah, it's been a little rough the last few weeks, but you guys should be fine. We'll be moving on, so.
Well, you seem pretty experienced. You've been here for years, or
Uh,
what's?
Not quite years. Probably about a year now. I don't remember the exact date. I think it was June. What time is it now?
Some of the ballpark. You're coming up on like 8 or 9 months, yeah.
It's like 8 or 9 months. If you round, it's a year, so we can say it's a year.
Are you sure? Oof. Well, the excitement's nice.
Yeah, but anyway, there's a lot of fried things, so get used to that. I run a lot, so I avoid being fat.
Ruka's looking at Tags like he's
Oh,
gonna
he's
get
gonna be
so
cute. He gets
round.
pudgy.
He's gonna be a chunky little muffin.
Little chunky guy.
Some time goes on, and you basically just give him the full tour. You introduce him to a couple of the other carnies. You give him some food. You show him some of the games and how they work. And you also pass by the empty fortune teller's kit or tent, where the last person who was here essentially saved up enough money to quit. They moved on and are now doing who knows what somewhere else in the world. And as you pass by, there's almost like there's a little twinkle of hope there, like that'll be me someday. I'll be out of this place. Although your mind kind of flashes back sketch to conversations with Argus about how he likes it here. He might stay. This is his home. And so there's just this little bit of conflict. And in fact, almost as soon as you pass by the empty fortune teller's tent, you find the face painter, which is this nice, sweet, very elderly, gnomish woman. Ruth, who has been there for probably something in the order of 80 or 90 years. And she just loves it here. Oh, hi! Hi, you must be new. Would you like your face painted?
Really good. They're a little. They're new to this. I don't know if they're ready for face paint yet, Ruthie. I'm sorry.
Oh, first time at a carnival?
Oh, yeah.
You'll love it. It's such a nice place. The laughter, the children, the games, the stable paycheck. Can't ask for more.
He
What
has
do
a
you mean by
point.
face paint?
You get paid to slather paint on someone's face.
Oh, I'm very good at it. But yeah, you want to try?
Absolute. Well, slathering paint on someone's face or having paint slathered on my face?
On yours, silly.
No.
Very well.
Come
I
on.
would-
Oh, but we
Tags.
could make you look like a little tiger, or
Or a
You'd make a
skeleton.
good tiger or a good skeleton. Think of it, you'd be ferocious. You'd be the talk of all the fine cats. By the way, is Tex is talking out loud right now?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
I'm already ferocious, madam.
Oh, you sure are. And she reaches out to pet your head.
He's surely the worst.
I do. Swipe. Don't
Oh,
touch me.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Ask for
Anyway,
consent first.
right? Yes, of course, of course. You've caught me. I'm sorry. Old habits, you know. What about you, young man, looking to Rico?
I'll do it if Sketch does it.
sure, I'll do it. Well, I haven't done this in a while.
Oh, what should I do?
Let's see. Let's get a look at you. I can't. Ooh, you should try the Emperor Butterfly Wings. I think they go with your eyes, probably, and your fur.
Oh, yeah. Accentuate the the paint I have on currently, huh? Except make it a butterfly.
Wonderful. Yeah, she sits down, and with the expertise that comes from having worked in a single carnival for like 50 to 60 years of your life doing one thing, she does a beautiful butterfly on your face. And then looks over to you, Sketch, and for you, dear.
Well, I picked out Ruko's, so what do you think I should get Ruko?
Ooh, Oh boy. How about do like the sort of flames that'll, but
No, I dig it. Like elemental, like okay,
elemental
flames are.
fire.
Yeah.
A little fire
But-
coming out of the eyes.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Can
Yeah,
we do
like
that?
on the, like around like your eyes are burning into someone. Huh?
Love it. All right, come here. Let's try this. And she kind of like
Yeah.
wheels in her seat, like, oh, this is a new one. Let's do it. Let's do it. And she'll make a check. Oh, killing it.
Hell yeah.
Killing it. Some time passes, and by the time that you guys walk out, you look awesome, or at least as awesome as two grown men with their faces painting can look.
Yeah.
As you kind of finish up, she does give one last look over to Tix. You sure, Tiger?
I've been eating a funnel cake this whole time.
Wonderful. Excellent.
So I'm assuming your face is just covered in powdered sugar already.
Yeah.
Skeleton. You got it.
Perfect. Some more time passes. You guys continue to explore and introduce the carnival to each other. And eventually, night begins to fall. People begin to make their way out. And everything starts to go a little bit quiet. And eventually, as you're making your rounds, you do come across Castagnaccio, who is just kind of packing away his things and getting ready to settle in for the night. Oh, hi.
Oh, is this Castagnaccio?
Yeah,
Castagnaccio.
Castagnaccio.
Castagnaccio. Oh, hi. I totally forgot to mention it. Castagnaccio has this tradition where he goes and looks at the stars after a good show, and he wanted to know if we go with him today. His usual partner's not feeling too well, so they can't go.
I dropped him on a routine. He's gonna be okay.
So is Castagnaccio literally just a squirrel?
Castagnaccio is kind of a little big for a squirrel, but he is literally just a squirrel who is in kind of clown mask face paint and is talking. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep. If it's no bother, of course I don't want to. I know you guys are the ones who are going to be working with us, right?
I guess so.
He'll
Like a
be
plan.
doing the working this time, right?
If you guys need the night to settle in, I can go alone with. That's fine too. I just figured
No,
I'd
it's
extend the
fine.
invitation. So.
To be honest, I would enjoy just a peaceful moment. Look
Yeah,
at
me as well.
As long as we're staying close to the circus, it's fine.
Yeah, it's not too far. It's probably like 5 minutes of a walk, just kind of outside of the circus bounds, a little bit northwest, over where the plateau kind of dips down into a steep hill that eventually leads to a little wooded area, and then there's a little creek that runs through that woods. Very peaceful. There's a clearing where you can look up and see the stars. Castagnaccio does this everywhere that the circus goes, but he always loves when you come to the Hiddlets because it's one of the most beautiful stargazing spots that he's found. And you make your way there and begin to settle in.
Oh, nice.
So, where are you guys from?
Looking at text.
I look at Ruko.
Off to a good start, huh?
Blamadil, from the north of here.
Oh, that's fun.
And you seem curious yourself.
Oh, yeah. I'm from Eden originally. Me and my brother, Pugliese. He'll be fine. We were awakened a few years ago by a very sweet lady. But she got sick, and we had to find our own way. And Miss Petunia found us and said that we'd make a good act, so we joined, and it's been it's it's been nice.
It's the woman with the gorilla, right?
Lucy, yeah, Lucy can be a little mean sometimes, but I think maybe it's just because they're so big, it's kind of scary.
Yes, Petunia can also be a bit of a bundle kunk.
She she can be a bit of a bundle kunk, but I think she means well. She just takes the job real serious, I guess.
No, I think she's just a bundle conk, but he's efficient. I'll give her that. That's our word of the day, efficient.
Well, she was quick to, well, I guess, hand Pugsy over to Madam, who's gonna fix him. Maybe she is a bit of a bundle kunk.
Why do you keep saying that? It makes me gag.
It's her last name, but it's also a really convenient insult
Oh,
because it
that's
kind of sounds like a
fantastic.
bad word.
It sure does.
So, Blimidil, I'm from Eden. It's that sketch I know about you. What do they know?
Oh, I haven't really told them anything yet. Haven't had much of a chance, I don't think. I'm from Zulakara. It's south of here. I was actually taken as a prisoner of war a few years ago, so that's fun. Fun fact about me, number one.
It's not a very
Uh,
fun fact.
Not really, no. Madam Monarch ended up buying my. I don't know if you call it a contract. She bought me. Um, and I'm here until I earn enough money to not be here, I guess.
So, what you mean to say is that we're prisoners?
No, you're not a prisoner. You sounds like you're getting hired. You're probably free to leave whenever you want. I got bought. That's a different. It's a little different.
So you're a slave.
Yeah, I guess if you want to put it that way. I don't have to wear the terrible collar anymore, which was, that's an upgrade. And I actually get to eat food here, so that's another upgrade.
Can I be really real right now for a second? I'm sorry, I know I just met you, but I guess it's been a rough couple of days, and the stress is boiling up, and I don't want to throw this burden on all of you guys if you're just trying to chill, but I don't know. Is it alright if I get a little sad?
Ugh.
I agree with Tex's sigh of despair. I think we're ready.
It's fine by me. Go ahead.
I don't want to downplay what happened to you at all. You're a really great person, Sketch, and I know that your situation is worse than mine. But it does kind of feel like we're trapped here, doesn't it? I mean, you, very literally. You have a debt to pay off, but I don't know what I would do. I mean, when Francesca died and left us alone, I don't know, it just seemed like such a good opportunity. We were hungry, we didn't have anyone to care for us, and then this place came along. It was lonely, it was hard before all this. And these people had an out. And something that felt kind of magical, the joy, the laughter.
That part I certainly like.
I think about leaving sometimes, though. Do you? What would you do if you left?
Oh, I think about it every night, probably. My family's out there somewhere. My mom and my dad, hopefully they're still alive. The rest of my family. I know my brother's out there too. I hope. I haven't seen them. I haven't seen them in 2 years, so it's hard to tell. I mean, when you're taken as a prisoner of war, you were very close to just dying instead, right? I don't.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. I hope you find your brother. If we just keep working, maybe we'll get out of here someday. All we need is enough money to make it on our own.
Yeah, exactly.
And he kind of just leans back and he puts his paws on this tree stump and stares up at the stars as they twinkle. There are some lights throughout the city, but, it's not like modern light pollution. You have a pretty good, clear view of the sky. The moon is pretty bright, which makes it hard to spot stars in that direction, but on the other half of the sky, it is pitch black, deep and dark, with little bits of blue and tiny, faint fields of orange, and thousands and thousands of stars just twinkling in the dark sky. What do you think's up there?
I think it's a whole nother world.
Really?
I think so.
Just the one?
Perhaps many. But
How
you
weird
feel
would
it,
it
though,
be?
right?
Yeah.
Just a presence about it.
There's something up there. Light spirits, maybe. I don't know where they live. If there are light spirits, I'd assume there are.
I've always heard that after all this, you go to the moon.
The moon? What are you gonna do in the moon?
I don't know, but that's where Styx lives.
Six. Okay.
Yeah, they say you go there, and she decides where you go, and then she sends you off towards one other god's domains, I guess. It's all a little over my head. I've only been
Okay.
alive for like 2.5 or 3 years, so I'm still learning all the religious stuff.
Well, you know more than me, and I've been alive 20, so you got a head start.
That's fair.
Trust me, you don't want to know. For real.
You know what's up there for sure.
No, just the religious stuff.
Oh, I see. Why's
It
that?
sucks.
It
It
sucks.
sucks deeply.
I don't think it's that bad. Depends on what religion we're talking about.
Exactly.
I take it you've had
Drives you
some run-in?
mad. Perhaps. It to drive you mad and make you want to burn people. And, bunker people and
Well, it's not religious people that make me want to burn people. It's the Indrix. It's in the Indrix. No, that's the
Imrix.
wrong people. Indrik is Indrik.
Yeah, Imrix.
Immerix. There we go.
Yeah.
Imrix.
those ricks can be dicks.
Old Ricky Dicky.
A little bit.
Well, when we get rich and we make our way out of here, we'll make sure to steer clear of them.
Sounds good, buddy.
As you guys sit and continue to watch the stars for a little while, I need each of you to give me a d20.
Oh boy, how many enemies spawn?
Oh, I got 14 to deal with, so
So do I.
Just a d20 by itself.
Just a good old d20.
You have 28 enemies so far.
Also, Neil, give yourself a hero point.
Ooh, cool.
As you sit quietly and kind of just take in the cool night air and the sound of the water rushing down this stream, the twinkling of stars in the sky, there is suddenly a flash above you. Quiet, silent, but bright, almost as bright as the midday sky for just the blink of an eye. And you watch as a shooting star kind of drifts past, and then down and closer, until, with surprising quiet and grace, there is just a streak of light that lands on the ground on the nearby bank, where it continues to shine. That's the wrong thing. Where
You
is it?
see that?
Whoa.
Yeah, hang on.
What's
Give me a
that?
second.
Okay.
Whoa. If Tex was fully awake right now, he'd laser pointer attack that thing so fast. And I am so happy.
Where is it? Where's this little bastard?
I'm still asleep.
You don't get to meet ET. It's fine.
As you approach, you see something glimmering, shining, giving off this beautiful, bright white light. And as you step up, you see what looks like a little crystal, a small stone, the size of, your last pinky joint. And even for as small as it is, it hums with this kind of soft, gentle magic. It gives off this heat, or this light that is neither hot nor uncomfortable. It just kind of washes over you. It bathes you in this pleasant sensation.
Whoa, wow. What is that? Is it a star? Is that what they look like up close?
Maybe.
If I crack an eye open, do I know what it is?
All of you could give me probably religion, maybe nature, but religion would give you more.
I don't have either of those, so I'm gonna just pass.
Understandable.
I'll use 1 hero point. I've got 2.
Bring it. Ooh, those are both good. At first, it kind of like, oh, is that just kind of like a little meteorite, or is it, some bright crystal that got tossed somewhere? Is it something magical? And as you study it and pick it up and look at it more closely, both of you kind of remember back independently to stories that each of you were told when you were little by your parents of pieces of the moon falling to Earth when Styx wanted to give somebody a little piece of hope, a little piece of a prayer or a wish. They are incredibly rare. They are essentially of legendary quality. It is the sort of thing that stories are written about. Not only is it powerful in the use of arcane and occult and religious rituals, even a tiny piece like this is incredibly valuable. You almost have to do that thing where you're trying to convince yourself that this is real. Because what you're holding in your hands is worth a fortune. It is worth an untold amount of money.
Whoa. I think Ruko, being the greedy bitch he usually is, he picked it up first, and he's just inspecting it and looking at it, and then he look at Sketch, and he's just too curious and like the childlike glee at whatever the heck's going on. He'll hold it out and place it into Sketch's hands.
Oh, let me see.
I think this
so
means
pretty.
your freedom.
Suppose it could. It could mean mine. Could it mean more than that? I don't know how much it is. A slave's worth. I don't know how much that is.
Like 100 gold if you buy them young and at the peak of their health. This could buy not just a slave. This is the sort of thing that kings fight over. This is the sort of thing that... this is a fortune. This is a dragon's hoard in the palm of your hand.
I heard stories about this when I was young.
Yeah, me too.
Wait, you did?
Yeah, the Spirit Weavers talked about it a lot. Mom and Dad.
Oh, his eyes go wide.
Oh, it's so pretty.
Is that's really a moonstone?
Yeah, it is. It can be your freedom, Cast Ignacio.
Do you think she heard us? And he looks up to the sky.
Or might have. It's a hell of a coincidence otherwise. Sketch just doesn't know what to do. He's so shocked and happy and in disbelief. He just keeps looking at this stone in his hands.
Okay, what do we do?
I don't know. How do you sell something like this? How do you... If kings fight over it, do we have to sell it to a king?
I've never met a king. I'm a squirrel.
There's always a king of the tree. He just keeps looking at this thing. He'll take it from Sketch's hands for a moment back. He's staying close, so it's not like he's gonna run away with it or anything, but he's just like looking at it. You said Spirit Weavers? Like
Yeah.
they're not a terrorist organization.
No. It depends on who you ask, but no, we're not. There are some people who, liked that wild dance terrible thing I did earlier who might think so, but...
I am intimately familiar.
I'm not going to be able to sleep if I had this. What? I, I need to figure out what to do. What would you do, Ruko?
Some stupid part of my mind makes me want to see Tex eat it, but then the other parts.
Okay. Oh no, and I'll try and take it.
No!
But
If you eat a rock, it's going to sit in your stomach forever, and then you'll blow up or something like that, probably.
the shiniest boo.
As you three are discussing what to do with this, you hear a thum, 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 and the shifting of grass. And you watch as, illuminated by the moonlight, Lucy comes around the corner. And she stops, and she looks back over her shoulder and just kind of idly lifts a finger and points towards all of you. And from behind Lucy...
Uh-oh.
There it is. You found it. Nicely done. Oh, that'll pay for plenty of new equipment. Nice job, boys.
Found what?
Found what for who now?
Eat it, eat it, eat it.
Toss it here.
Oh god, I can't believe we're gonna do this. This is
Won't
the
expect
dumbest
that.
thing.
Come on.
Yeah, just get it in there quick.
Okay, are you trying to eat it?
How big is it?
The size of a pinky. Yeah, a cat could swallow that.
Yeah.
Fuck it, it's D&D. Give me a Constitution check.
Pathfinder specifically. There's
we'll-
so many things about this.
We'll call it a fort save. I think that's the closest thing in Pathfinder.
Come on, Boundary, I believe in you. It's dead.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Well, it worked for me.
Oh, it's not doing anything on mine. I'm
Yeah.
gonna try and reload.
Yeah. You know, I didn't really know for sure what was going to happen with Spoonstone. But Tex eating it was not on my list. I love this game so much.
I'm just gonna fully restart Chrome because it was all fucked up.
For sure. You want me to roll it for the time?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a +5.
Alright. Sure. Alright. You guys all look at each other, and Casignacio looks up to you two, and to Tex, and nods, and he waits for you to nod, and then you all make up your minds, and shove the moonstone down Tex's throat. Tex swallows, kind of fiddles with for a little bit, like a cat that has like got a piece of plastic, and they see you running over, so they do that hunch down and grab it and then run thing.
Yep.
And tosses it back, swallows, and you watch as Tex begins to lightly glow, moonlight pouring out under their black fur, kind of illuminating the skeleton of his rib cage, painlessly, harmlessly, but he is now running around illuminated with moonlight. And you watch as Petunia's unibrow furls like you've never seen it furl before. No!
Skeleton
Get back
thing.
here! And she begins to, like, reach for the whip at her side and run towards you guys. And Lucy hunkers down low and begins to gallop. What do you guys do?
Oh no!
I yawn and just lick my paw.
Alright. Petunia catches up to you. What do the rest of you guys do as they come barreling towards you?
Oh boy.
Oh,
I was trying to use counter performance, but this is such a weird thing. I don't even know how to use this spell.
I think counter performance, like if somebody's trying to charm you, you counter performance to fight their charm off, yeah.
Whatever. On the other hand, inspire courage. Like, we got this, guys. The cat has eaten the package. You wanted skeleton paint? Look at him.
You thought your debt was bad before. It's about to get a lot worse. Come here. And she
No.
reaches for Castagnaccio, and Castagnaccio puffs his chest up, steals his nerves, takes a deep breath, and fucking bolts. Just starts running for the woods. You'll never catch me, we're free! Come on, guys!
This part of what Ruko helps with inspiring for Sketch. He's like, you have your freedom now. You don't need to listen to them.
Yeah, but I'll deal with Argus later. Oh god,
You have your freedom.
I do. I'm gonna run. Wait, I need to. Can I like scruff Tex if I go?
Tex, what's your style? Are you unwilling, or do you let him grab you and run with you?
Yeah, I'll just like. Hang on.
Okay.
Alright, you guys begin to bolt. I need you each to give me, because you're running through the woods, you can either give me athletics to just run as fast as you can, or you could give me survival to kind of like use the terrain to your advantage here. Lucy does seem to have a hard time chasing you through the woods, but she comes up bounding. She barrels up over this cliff, and Petunia quickly falls behind. She's huffing and puffing just to try to keep up.
Oh fuck.
Survival? Just survival?
Survival or stealth. Or sorry, not survival or stealth. Survival or athletics, your choice.
Oh god, I have to hero point again.
Might be a good idea.
Oh,
Ooh, pretty good.
Oh,
that was
so
almost
close.
a 20 on my screen, yeah. These are all great. Okay. You guys
man.
dip and dive through the woods long enough to kind of shake Lucy's tail.
I'm gonna.
Go ahead.
Sorry, somebody decided to rev their car right as I was about to speak.
Right.
He's purring.
I'm gonna jump out of Sketch's grasp at some point, kind of dive into some bushes, and I'm gonna use my mage hand to pull a branch back. And when Petunia is coming, I'm just gonna let it snap her in the face.
Okay, awesome.
Bolt.
Awesome. I'm just gonna give her like a reflex save. That feels appropriate. Boy. The stick comes flying back and smacks her across the face, leaves a big red mark on her face. She's like, ow! And she starts to look around, trying to see what did that. But she looks in all directions, and you hunker down real low, and she just basically looks right past you, not able to spot you hiding in that bush. And you watch as she begins to storm out. Lucy, where'd they go? And trundles off around the corner. Meanwhile, Sketch and Ruko and Castagnaccio are able to find a little overhang, and you hear as Lucy looks around, has lost her trail, and then wanders off in the wrong direction. And for the time being, everything goes quiet. Tex, eventually, if you would like to, can regroup with the rest of them.
That
Oh,
stone
no,
is a
I'm
dream.
gonna-
I am so dead.
I'm gonna follow Petunia.
Alright. Eventually, then we'll follow that first, actually. Eventually, you follow Petunia back to the circus grounds in a huff.
Well, we're still in the forest.
Yes.
Before we break that line,
Yes.
I want to creep up behind her, and I'm gonna just take her coin powder.
Sure, give me a thievery check. Oh,
I'll hero point that.
Yeah, see, that seems worth a hero point to me. Hey, that's much better.
damn.
You cautiously stalk behind Petunia, waiting for her to push through kind of like a little thicket where she has to get in an awkward position and where it's real easy to get up behind her. And with just a ting of your claw, slip a leather strap free, and you kind of cautiously cradle the coin purse as it falls off her hip. You can feel, but intentionally try not to jingle, that there's a pretty decent number of coins inside there. And once she's a little out of view, you open it up, and there are 13 gold pieces in there.
Oh.
Gold?
Gold.
You could buy so much fish
Sick.
with that.
She has been very lucrative for me.
That's true. You've gotten all your money from her so far. Do you? What do you do after that?
I guess I'll go and try and find Ruko.
All right. Eventually, you guys are able to regroup, still in the forest. Because she was like, we did it. I mean, we can't go back to the circus now. Oh, we can't go back to the. I have to get Pugsy.
I need to tell Argus where I'm going. If I just disappear, that would. Oh, he would not
We
be
need
happy.
to stay with the circus, so why don't we kill her quietly and dump her body in the river?
Ruko looks like he's acknowledging, considering, and he looks at the other two of our party, and he acts like it's terrible.
I wasn't expecting you to say that, but somehow I'm not surprised you said that. You remind me of my brother a little bit. He's a little bit of a kill first, ask questions later kind of guy. No, I don't think we should kill her, though. That would be bad for the business, and then we'd have to pay for her, too.
Casinogia does chime in. You guys aren't concerned about the murder part?
Oh, I'm concerned about that part, but then also the money part.
Murder's bad, you guys.
Yeah, I've done it before.
Not really.
Once.
You have? Really? Were you in the war? I mean, I know
Yeah,
you were a prisoner of war. I guess that was a dumb question. I'm sorry.
I really didn't do a whole lot. It was just probably the one kill, and it made me nauseous, so.
Well, that's one more kill than I've ever done. I don't know if I could even... I'm sorry, I know we're getting sidetracked. I don't know if I could even bring myself to kill someone.
Technically, if she's under the water does it.
Well, if we don't help her, then we might as well have done it.
Alright, well, no matter what we do, I have to go sneak into that cart and get Pugliese.
In the cart?
That's where he is.
But no one goes in the cart.
I might be able to help.
Really?
I can do message.
I sure would like that. Maybe this is stupid, but I think we've just been appointed by the gods. What could go wrong, right?
Everything.
The
We should
second
try
time for me.
Wait, you're fascinating. I have to learn more about you. You were appointed by gods?
Twins are kind of revered that way at home.
Wait, really? I'm a twin. Well, kind of. I mean, I was awakened at the same time.
It might not count. You typically have to be born from the same mom
Okay.
at the same time.
Maybe you were. I don't know.
You could be. You said you're brothers, right? So, like, you might be the twins.
Can I tell you an embarrassing secret? I don't know a lot about other squirrels. I don't know how squirrels work. The only thing I remember is being a talking squirrel, and I was gonna go to this cool school until we ran out of money, and I couldn't go there anymore, so we came up here. But I don't know what squirrels are like in real life. When I see, when I accidentally lock eyes with a real squirrel, I'm scared. I don't know what that fucker's gonna do to me. Can you imagine if you were walking around and you saw a person with just cold, dead eyes, and you knew there wasn't a rational thought inside there?
Ooh. That's giving me chills. I don't like that.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, that's what I go through every day. But I guess what I'm saying is, this is my chance, and I'm feeling brave. If you can help, I would like it. But if not, I'll be back soon. I gotta go get my brother.
Why do you have to flee?
Because we stole that moonstone. Or at least that's what they'll say.
Yes, and there's 4 of us.
Well,
Stop being stupid.
You have to poop yet?
No.
Yeah, how long are we gonna have to wait for that?
And I'll just hairball.
Ding, ding, ding. The moonstone kind of spills out onto the ground. glistening in the
I
moonlight.
hate that you can just do that on command.
Oh, good. I thought we were gonna have to do it like those weird coffee beans.
Ugh.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Now, this still doesn't answer the question of what we do with this now. Petunia's gonna say that we stole it.
Madam Monarch will believe Petunia before she believes us. And she's the real power here.
Right.
I
Do
mean,
I just leave and send money later? Do I steal myself now and pay later? Steal myself. What a stupid phrase.
Why
Well,
don't you give it to Madam Monarch?
I've heard that Moonstone has a lot of healing properties. I would never ask you guys to give up your cut for that. But I would like it.
The extra money would be nice. I may be able to get back home, but if I'm free, I can get my own money. Seems like such a waste, though.
You'll both owe me a life debt.
Ooh, I don't want to do that. You have 9 lives, so like I'm probably not gonna outlive you.
Wait, is that
True.
true? For real, for real?
Haven't had to test it.
you both have 9 lives, right?
I haven't had to
Oh.
test it either, but probably not.
I have 4.5.
That's oddly specific.
What happened to the other 5? And wait, you're not a cat, are you? I almost thought you
No.
were, but I didn't want to say anything because that seemed racist to assume you were a cat because you kind of looked like a cat. But then
Yeah,
you
it
said
sure
you
is
had.
racist. But yeah,
It is worth noting, Feroxa, not terribly common. In fact, quite uncommon. It's very likely that sketch you've never seen a Feroxa before.
I didn't want to ask because it seems rude, but what are you? If you're not a catfolk tabaxi.
I'm Feroxa.
Feroxa. I haven't heard of it. But cool.
Yeah,
Brad, I'm pretty sure that we don't need to teach the cheeky savage about racism.
True.
That that's not my idea. I don't like doing it any more than
I assumed.
yeah.
it's fine. It's fine. I'm used to it. But yeah, not super common. Especially after the whole conflict and the minor, well, the genocide. Long story. You have a shiny rock.
I know I'm really pushing this. I'm sorry. If we wait too long, Petunia's gonna tell Madam Monarch, and then
Oh,
Okay, okay, let's go.
Okay, alright. Again, you guys don't have to... I know nobody comes out alive, but having 1,000,000 gold pieces wouldn't mean anything to me if I didn't have him.
Okay.
And if
pick up
things
the
go
rock.
wrong, then that's just more gold for you, right?
a little morbid, but I suppose so. Let's go if you guys don't mind.
Yep. And as we're walking,
Good
Like-
luck.
Uko, Tex, come on. Also, Tex, we can't go home.
Yes, I'm aware we need to stay with the circus.
And I'm really, really happy that you picked up my special comics that I kept under the bed.
You mean your pornography?
No, the really good novels that I just really thought you would pick it up. Right? Right?
Just stay quiet.
God damn it. Rick was mad. We have a mission now. Let's
Alright.
go.
Castagnaccio.
I don't have thumbs, Ruko. Or Brad.
You have teeth! Just. Okay.
The last time I picked up your things, you told me not to because I put holes in them. Make up your mind.
You find, thankfully, that there's not a huge commotion going on, although you do hear whispers of people as you kind of sneak around. You see that? It was a shooting star, maybe? I don't know, it's too bright for a shooting star. There's a bit of a commotion, and it becomes very clear to you that you were not the only people who saw that moonstone fall from the sky. It is quickly beginning to spread like wildfire that something big has happened here. Which thankfully causes enough of a commotion that it's pretty easy to sneak around the circus without being spotted. Towards the backside, where you find the little cove in the woods where Madame Monarch keeps her cart. Tex, if you're gonna wait outside, maybe just, I don't know, can you meow real loud if Lucy comes back or something?
Oh god, it's so tempting to just go get a funnel cake on Petunia's dime. But Tex also kind of wants to talk to Monarch, so I have things that I want to talk to this woman about anyways, so...
Oh. I mean, we can try it, sure. Yeah. She's, I guess she might be friendly, I don't really know.
Isn't she your boss for years?
Oh, yeah, like 3 years. But I've never talked to her. I talk to Petunia mostly. Petunia does most of the talking.
That's actual insanity.
Well, what do you mean?
I've never talked to her. Like, you heard her voice the same time I did earlier. I hadn't heard it until then.
You people are slaves to this woman, and you have not spoken to her. She has not spoken to you once.
No.
God, I have to do everything for you stupid kids. Alright. I'm gonna go up and I start scratching at the door like a cat that wants in.
Alright. Yeah, you scratch and scratch and scratch, and Casagnaccio eventually kind of joins you and starts rapping his little knuckles on it. And you wait for a pretty long time. There's no answer.
Alright. I'm gonna jump up onto the roof and climb down the chimney.
Alright.
What do you do? Oh my god. Okay. That happened.
Alright, you shimmy. Give me an acrobatic check. This at least warrants a check, I guess, but it's doable.
He was a cool little guy, wasn't he?
Yep, he was pretty cool. Oh, I wish he didn't. Oh, well, I'm glad he spit that out before he went in. That's good.
Yeah. A shame he's dead now.
Yeah, I guess we get his cut.
It's not the most graceful thing that you've ever done, but you go up to the chimney and shimmy your way down. Doing that awkward thing that cats do when they're like falling off of a surface and they have to put their legs in weird positions to brace themselves until eventually you kind of land down the chute on top of a desk right next to a candle, but thankfully not knocking it over. Inside the cart, where you find what appears to just be kind of a little office. There's a couch on the side. There's some nice ferns on the back wall. There is a large statue of Laden, the deity of entertainment, and the door, the inside of the door, currently locked.
Does this look like this is the entire wagon? Is just this office?
Yeah, it seems like it. Which, a little odd. There's no bed in here. There's not really even any signs of anything here. At least not at first glance. You can root around if you feel like it.
Yeah, I'll do a quick look around, see if there's any, like, a hidden room or something.
Sure, give me a perception check. And also you hear Castagnaccio kind of rapping at the door. With a 10, place looks pretty normal. Although you do find that in one of the drawers of the desk, which you have to kind of like finagle open with your cat claw. Oh, no, you have a hand now. You have a hand. Which you're able to kind of like pull out. You see that there is some nice vellum that contracts can be written in. There's a very fancy kind of fountain pen. There is also several trays of makeup. You can see that mostly the orange and yellow have been used, but there are other colors in there. But it's immediately apparent at first glance that the orange and the yellow are the ones that get used the most.
Right. Noting that, I'll try slide a window open and climb out.
All right, yeah. From the inside, you're able to kind of unlock one of these windows and pop back out on the side.
She's not here.
Oh, she's just gone. What time is it?
It's maybe 9:30, 10 o'clock. It's possible that she's already gone to bed, but the evening is still young for an entertainer. The circus usually closes pretty late into the night, maybe 11, 12.
Okay. It's possible.
Did you see Pugsy?
No. Wasn't anybody in there.
Weird. All right, I'm gonna. Can somebody give me a boost?
I think I'm the tallest here. Just
Oh yeah, for you, it's at eye level. You're able to just kind of lift him up and toss him into the window. All right. You watch he clambers inside. You want me to get the door?
Why? There's nothing in there.
I mean, Pugsy's got to be in here, right?
It's one room. If you want to search for him, go for it. I'm gonna go get a funnel cake.
All right. You hear a click in a latch as you start to walk up. Ruko and Sketch, you hear this door kind of come unlock, pop open.
I'll go help look. Can you keep watch and let me know if someone's coming?
Sure. If you die, I'm all ready for your funeral. So.
That's fair.
Wonderful. Castagnaccio kind of looks around. He's like, this can't be right. Where is he? Where is he? He starts just rooting around.
This feels like a horrible trip.
Kind of. Not a whole lot in here.
Where does she even sleep? Do you think she sleeps on this couch?
Surely not.
He leans down and sniffs.
Does it smell like it?
Kind of just smells like old couch.
Okay. Can I poke around this desk to see if there's paper or something? Maybe I can.
Sure.
I want to write her a note of resignation and future payment.
Lovely. Yeah, you can actually see very easily that there's some vellum in there and a nice fountain ink pen. However, give me a perception check.
Okay.
As you are looking around and pulling out the drawer, you see that there is a little brass lever on the inside and underside of the desk that is only accessible when you pull that drawer out. In other words, it is very obviously a secret switch of some sort.
Nacho, come look at this. I know that's not your name, I'm sorry. Castagnaccio.
I kind of like it, actually. I've been sitting here for a long time trying to think of what nickname you can make us out of Castagnaccio, and Nacho is as good as it gets. I think you've really hit the hammer, or hit the nail on the head here.
Yeah, I like Nacho. So, Nacho, there's a switch here. Do you want to see what happens?
Yeah, maybe, I mean, he's got to be in here somewhere. Maybe that leads there.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get nachos.
All right, you push the switch.
Yeah, I'm going to poke my head out. The ones with the beans are actually pretty good. Stay away from the beef. Okay,
Noted.
push the button.
All right. You watch as the statue of Lauden slides aside, revealing much, much more. Much more than could be on the inside of this cart. And what strikes you initially is that when you peek inside, everything is essentially grayscale. All of the color is drained from everything inside. The nice kind of wallpapered walls are replaced with twisted vines, and the furniture has had the color seemingly sapped from it.
What on earth? Oh gosh. Hey guys, you might want to see this. You might not, but it's weird. There's a room here that shouldn't be here. It shouldn't fit.
Huh.
And Pugsy's got to be inside.
That too.
I'm going.
Oh, okay. Don't run out too far ahead.
Message over the text so we can still see him wandering around or walking away.
Yeah.
We found the secret room. That means
I turn, look at Ruko, and I just sit my little furry butt down, and I just start kind of cleaning up my face.
You just see Ruko's glasses in the distance in the moonlight, staring back at you, waiting. Okay. We'll be inside. He casts another message.
All right, you should be able to click that door in a little warp. Yeah, you got it.
Damn kids. I'll follow behind from a distance.
All right, yeah.
Very just not impressed.
Yeah, totally nonplussed. Like, oh, this is a waste of time. I want a burrito. Or nacho.
Also, I've done detect magic.
Yes, let's see. For sure. As soon as the statue is revealed and you cast a detect magic cantrip, there is 100% a strong magical energy coming from basically everything beyond this secret door.
Oh, you're so smart. Why didn't I think to do that?
Yeah, you are not just walking into a secret room. You're walking into a secret place that is very magical, inherently magical, it seems.
We probably should be stealthy from here on out. She might be in here.
That's true. Do we want to be in here?
Oh, good idea. Look like you're breaking into the creepy tent.
Yeah.
Well, if I just walk around like I own the place, that's also just as weird.
Castanaccio kind of ducks down low, starts to walk over this way. You
How
find
is this
You know,
possible? Yeah?
I think we should just not.
But Pugsy's probably in here. We gotta get Pugsy.
I don't want to drag you guys into something if you're not here for it. I gotta do this. I can meet you outside if you'd like.
He's probably already dead.
Oh, that can't be true. Why would he be dead? And as if on cue, as you step out, you find yourself in a balcony or a loft. And on all sides of the loft, there are crystal glass cases, like you would expect to see treasures or flour in, although they're all currently empty. And you can see that as you look down over the edge of the loft, there is something shambling in one of two love seats in front of a fireplace. And you realize that the shambling is tendrils, and out of these tendrils come wilted gray leaves. They all connect down to a form that is hunched over, that you recognize to be the appropriate shape of Madame Monarch, but she is completely pallid and gray, aside from some smudges of makeup across her face. You can see that on the ground behind her are basically sock-like costumes to look like the feathers you normally see coming out of the back of her outfit. You realize that she probably slides those feathers over these tendrils and has taken them off for comfort in her home. And then you realize what she's doing. She is hunched over with a bloody squirrel's corpse in her hands, and she is picking the flesh from its bones.
Time to go, kid.
Yeah.
No.
Bye.
No.
No.
Nacho,
I'm
no.
gonna try to
Nacho,
grab him.
Nacho.
You kind of grab it, Nacho, and as you do, you hear footsteps coming up the stairs from down in the loft around the corner. You recognize this as Argus's voice. Laden's Kankasaur, mother, have some manners. You know I have to clean all this up. And you watch
Mother.
as Argus comes and sits down in the chair beside her. Reaches over, may I? And takes an eyeball and down the hatch. Did you get that moonstone? Be damned if I let the Queen's lapdog find it. Not yet. I'll do more about it in the morning. I'm tapped for mana. Blow your wad at the circus, did ya? Still wasting your breath, wooing the mortals. It's not a waste, mother, and after all, If I wasn't wooing the mortals, then you. And then as Argus continues to speak, something very subtle and very unusual happens. You know how sometimes when you are reading a book or driving a car or doing chores, something mundane, something boring, and then you suddenly snap and realize that you've been on autopilot, and you don't actually remember processing anything that's happened in the past several minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You have a similar sensation, and just like you might feel when you experience this sensation while you're driving a car, you have this kind of horrific momentary glimpse at your own mortality, at your own fragility. There's a sense that by entering this state, by letting yourself slip out of your consciousness, just by hearing these words and failing to understand them, you have exposed yourself to something dangerous, something unhealthy. You've heard something that you were not meant to hear as Argus spoke, and it's almost like some primal part of your brain kicked in and turned your mind off so it wouldn't implode on itself. There is an electric buzz that runs down your spines, your hair stands on end, your heart races for no discernible reason, and then it all goes back to normal and the conversation continues. Fine, well, what about the new one with the cat? Are you sure about this one, or is it another one of your innocent miscalculations? You still blame me for that, do you? I'm telling you, Mother, he may not even realize it himself, but he has the blood for it. If you simply give him time, he'll be of use to you, mark my words. But yes, I am quite confident in this new one. He doesn't have everything that we're looking for, and he kind of licks his fingers. But he's famous, don't you know? Or at least his brother is. That Inquisitor fellow was very interested to hear that he was coming to our circus. Easiest aggro I've done in a long time. Got him to sign without any sort of a challenge. Good. I don't know how much longer we can wait before... And then it happens again. You watch intently this time, anticipating it in this fuzzy, dreamlike state. And still, even as you focus, as each word slips free from her mouth, it goes in one ear and out the other. When the sentence ends, you don't remember anything that she said, and you feel this horrible sensation running down your wrists. Your head swims, your heart races. But this time, when the sensation ends and you return to normal, you realize that something has come back with you. When you look out over the room, above the mantle of the fireplace, you see that some of the twisted vines are, for lack of a better description, melting. The world around you seems to be melting, like warm wax dripping down the walls. And from these blobs, insect legs begin to pop free from the gray goo, and then wings, which at first look like these bright orange monarch butterfly wings, but within seconds of being exposed to the place, they turn pallid and gray and dry. And then the eyes emerge, and they look at you, and they're angry, and they begin to skitter your direction. But as if it couldn't get any worse, you realize that you're not the only ones who see this happen. Madame Monarch stops, suddenly, and snaps her head to Argus. Someone is here! Someone has heard us! Argus, do something! And she starts to bat at these creatures that emerge around her. What do you guys do?
Get the fuck out of here! What do you mean?
I'm not dying in this cart.
Alright. Wonderful. You guys turn to run, and when you look back, you see that Castagnaccio is...
No, I'm grabbing that bitch!
Give me an athletics check.
Okay, I'm gonna try to grab him.
Alright, I believe in you. Give me athletics.
Are you sure athletics?
I'm passing me athletics to grab him.
Uh-oh.
Hero point!
Go for it.
How does 8 work?
Fuck!
You reach out, and you see that Castagnacio's eyes are fixated on the bloody mess in Lady Monarch's hands. There are tears running down his eyes. You reach out to try to grab him, and with animal-like instinct, he hunches down, lowers onto all fours, and screams, "I'll kill you!" and starts charging towards Lady Monarch, leaping off of the building, onto her face, and begins kicking and clawing. What do you do?
Nacho, no.
Getting out of here! I'm still getting out of here.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
You start to bolt. What do Tex and
Yep.
Sketch do?
They'll be
I'm,
together soon.
I'm
I gotta
bolting.
go.
All
Yep,
right,
gotta bolt.
text bolts, sketches bolts.
I'm so sorry. I
Dang.
tried.
I'm staying behind Ruko.
Okay, good.
I'm staying close. I'm going last.
All right, understood. You emerge. You hear footsteps seemingly from all around you. You're not sure what direction they're actually coming from. Even though you can't see it, the walls are still melting around you. And as they do, they reveal darkness, more hidden doorways on almost every wall of this place, exposed as the wallpaper peels away. And you hear Argus's voice, Sketch, come back. Sketch, we can talk about this. Sketch, come on, it's just, it's a dream, it's a nightmare. Sketch, wake up, you have to wake up. Ruko, come on, you're a spiritualist, you understand, this is all just a dream, it's a bad dream, everything will be okay. But there's no sight of him. It's like his voice echoes through the walls as he chases after you through this labyrinth of stairs and passageways. Eventually,
Get out of here.
you emerge into the brightly lit, normal room, clack open the door, and emerge into moonlight. No sign of Argus behind you, at least not yet.
Where do we go? Where do we go?
Tech, who's holding the moonstone right now, by the way?
I'm assuming Sketches after Tex threw it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why am I holding it? I don't have pockets. Oh yeah, I do. I have 4 pockets. I lied.
I have pockets too.
We probably should just keep going. I don't. Yeah.
All right, you just run. You bolt. Do you bolt
Yeah.
presumably off into the forest?
Yeah.
Okay.
My mind is racing, and I'm trying to figure out what the heck just happened. So, running and in fear, I'm trying to figure out if this has anything to do with Faye.
Absolutely. Okay, yeah, you did it. This Faye and Echo Faye. 9 is not great, but it is at least enough to know. The basic knowledge of the Echo Fae is that it is like the Feywilds, with sort of a gray, dreary, overcast nature to it. It's almost like a marriage of the Feywild and the Shadowfell. It's, if somebody took the two and gave them a bastard child, that's the Shadowfae. And although you have never seen it in person, with a 9, it at least matches those stories. But you couldn't
It
really...
sure felt like it.
You couldn't really know anything else beyond that, but you are pretty confident that you just saw the Echo Fae for the first time in your life.
I'm gonna toss this torch into the.
Yeah, fucking sick, fucking sick. Oh shit.
I try and aim for the papers.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Get it to catch quick.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping you. You grab this torch and you toss it in there, and there's as the papers begin to crackle, and within seconds, at alarming speed, you watch as the paint begins to catch and peel up off the walls. Orange light begins to pour up. You hear distant commotion as smoke rises up and the fire gets big enough to cast orange light. It must have fallen off the cart. Fire, fire! And people start to bustle into a commotion to run over this way as you guys bolt in the other direction into the wood.
Into the woods.
You run, your heart races and races and races. And after some time, you feel pretty confident that nothing is following you. It is late at night, 1 or 2 in the morning. This place is going to be a buzz. What do you do? Or should we actually, it's 11:30, should we pick up here?
No.
Okay, alright, what do you guys do?
Go to the port.
Go to the port? Okay.
Try and hop a ship.
Alright, awesome. I dig it. You guys run down to the harbor. You see that there are several ships here that are kind of put away for the night. There are very few that are preparing to leave at this hour. Most of them are kind of in for the night. However, you do see one very large ship. Hang on, let me pull you over to the map.
We need to get as far away from this town as possible.
Agreed. Lucian knows, and how the circus is after us.
Thankfully, the circus travels on a set path, so we'll know where the circus is at and avoid it. They actually post the map all over the town. Let me see if there's one on this billboard.
Do either of you know how to steer a ship?
I don't even know what part of the ship steers it.
It's just the wind, right?
Do you just have to wait for the wind to go the right direction? That seems silly.
Well, I'm not going to drive an oar, so
I don't think
I'll
oars
last
are
for
going to
3
get us
minutes.
far.
Right, as you look over the hill, you guys are currently up here.
Oh god, we have to get all the way down.
Oh, that blue is super not visible in this map. Hang on. Oh, bad color for that. There you go. You guys are here. The normal harbor is down here, where most of the ships are overnight. But you do see that farther off, there is an extremely large ship that has its sails down, and there are torches moving back and forth, and the shadows of giants that are currently going up and down the dock like they're getting ready to leave.
Where, importantly, do I have any indication that that's the ship Gigi is getting on?
You've been in Albabin long enough that there's only one dock that is the appropriate size for giant ships, and it doesn't come and go often. Giants don't typically travel by sea, so when the giant ship arrives, it's kind of a big deal. If he is leaving soon, it will almost certainly be on this ship.
All right. Do I know where Gigi's, or where is Gigi's shop in relation to all this?
Gigi's shop is over hither.
Oh, that's kind of the opposite way. We go to the giant ship. We'll be able to stow away there.
You
They
know?
won't be able to find us amongst everything.
Yeah. I mean, we're all cat enough to enjoy big boxes, right?
Yeah, I think so. That's a good idea. Will it be safe? Do you think they'd follow us there?
Safer than here.
Good point. Good point.
At least the giants will make it quick.
Alright, you guys are running towards the giant ship then?
Yeah.
Alright,
Yep.
I need stealth checks from all of you guys. Survival would also be appropriate if you take a longer route through the woods.
I think stealth.
Stealth seems good. Well,
I'll use my last tier point.
Oh boy, guys. Oh boy. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay.
it helps a little bit.
Should we have had 2 hero points or just the one?
Each of you should have had 2 over the course of the night total.
Oh, then I will use my second one.
Alright, good luck. That is
Oh, that's actually better.
quite a bit better. Boy. You guys begin to run. At first through the woods long enough to get away from the circus, and then you don't have much of a choice but to emerge onto the highlands for a second and start to skulk down the streets. Otherwise, you're going to have to take a much wider path through the river. And it goes smoothly-ish. You're spotted a few times, but people are just kind of having a good night of revelry. They're drinking, they're playing songs, nobody pays you a lot of mind. Until you come around a corner and see one of the Inquisitor's men, who glances over, goes back to his drink, and then does a double take. And by the time he does the double take, you guys have pulled around the corner. But Ruko and Sketch, you know that he locked eyes with you for at least a moment.
Oh god, we had to lose him. Do we double back? Do we go down the river? I could get us through there with... It might take a minute. How long's the ship got?
You are probably about 3 minutes of running from the ship if you go where you're at. You're not really sure when the ship leaves. It's very weird for a ship to leave in the middle of the night anyway, so it's hard to say.
Right.
Do any of
Best still be leaving first thing in the morning.
Do any of you know anything about ships? Have any of you sailed? Any of you have, like, traveling experience?
Fuck no.
Okay. Gotta ask.
Been on a boat a few times.
Sketch
but-
would have been on a boat.
True.
I've
Sketches.
flown a kite once.
You cannot...
Meanwhile, Ruko and I have been landlocked our entire lives.
Yeah, the closest thing to a boat you've had... You've been on, like, pontoons in the swamps of Blimidil, and that's basically it. Okay. You can give me a very difficult society check to try to guess, based on what you're seeing, how long you have before this boat departs. Like, what stage of the undocking process they're at.
Their flappy cloths are down. I mean, they didn't.
Yeah, I guess... Well, no, if you put the sails up, it's gonna fly away. Or not fly
How
away.
fast can they do it? I don't know.
Yeah, neither of you guys have any idea. The sails
We might
are
just-
down. Like, you can infer whatever you want from the fact that the sails are down right now.
We might just have to risk it and go back up along the river so we don't get caught. I don't want you guys to get busted. That'd not be great. And also, I need you to get on the boat, so...
Well, you're a cheetah. You're a cat. I'm fast enough. I think we should just keep going really fast.
I assume you guys have been running this whole time.
Yeah,
Okay.
faster.
Okay.
Well, let's go then. Let's just be careful.
All right.
If we lose the ship, we're stuck. For sure.
Right. Good point.
You guys run and run down the city streets to kind of this winding side road, passing by some of the smaller fishing huts, until you get to a tower that you can climb up and onto the bridge, which crosses over this way. And as you come down on the other side, maybe 45 seconds from the docks, you hear the galloping of a horse. And you look behind you, and you can see that on a large white mare is a white-cloaked wolf with icy blue eyes that shine like beacons in the darkness. And at his side, he has extended a long, curved golden blade. And he says nothing as he stares at you, Ruko, running
How
as
far is he?
fast as he can. He is behind you by a good bit, but he is gaining quickly.
I keep running.
All right,
Your friend's back.
let me get a round of athletics checks one more time. If you have anything that gives you bonuses to running or anything like that, you tell me.
Is he anywhere near 30 feet?
Not within 30 feet. No. He's probably... Oh, I'm so bad at estimating distances. Probably 600 or 700 feet away.
Okay. Athletics. I have a spell prepared for if anything gets too close. And nobody's gonna like it.
Hell yeah.
Athletics?
Athletics to run. Yep.
Oh, man.
That's pretty good for you.
Yeah.
That's good for anyone. And that's not great.
Come on, Cheetah.
They've been working me so hard lately.
I'm so... Oh no.
I'm gonna try and hop up on one of the roofs,
Okay.
and I'm gonna try and like linger behind those two a little bit, which is very easy for me.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm gonna use my mage hand to pull out a little like paper packet
Okay.
that I've got, and I'm gonna huck it at the horse.
Is this what I think it is?
I don't think it is.
Okay, well, sure. You wait. The two of them run off. Sketch clearly exhausted, lagging behind. Ruko making a good pace. Ruko looks like it could be a coin flip whether he makes this in time. Sketch is going to get caught. But then Tex, you wait, and as the horse approaches, you flick. What is it? Tell me about this paper packet.
It is just a packet of chalk powder.
Okay.
I'm trying to blind it.
I'll take it. Okay. Let's see.
Just essentially trying to get it to buck long enough for them
Right.
to duck down an alley or somewhere where the horse can't actually follow
Oh, love it, love
as
it, love it.
easily.
You can throw the pound of the edge of the right action. Creature in that square becomes observed. Okay, awesome. I love this. Let's see. Give me an attack roll. I feel like that's the closest thing here.
I am specifically going after the horse.
The horse, yes, not Lucia.
And because this is improvised, I have like a minus $1 billion, right?
I think it's a -2 for improvise, yeah. And the item works no matter where it works. This is more of like a timing check than anything else. That's really good. Okay, Neo, yes, what's up?
While he's doing that, can I use a bar of soap to set a trap to make the horse clip? Can I
Of
use
course
thievery?
you can.
Wonderful.
Of course you can. This is Dungeons and Dragons, my friend. Awesome. Sure, yeah, thievery makes sense. I'm into it. Okay. Thinking fast. Tex and Sketch kind of glance at each other. You see Sketch reaches for a bar of lye, and Tex fetches out a package of chalk powder. You toss it over, and as this horse starts to gain, I'm going to give it a dexterity or a reflex save. Let me go find out what a horse's reflex save is.
And if he's within 30 feet, I still have a thing prepared.
If you want to linger back, he can be within 30 feet, but that does kind of expose you to being caught.
I don't want to linger back, so in the meantime, I'll do the inspiration.
Okay, wonderful.
Come on.
That is fine, yeah. Okay, awesome.
You can put that on you. Sketch.
Oh, guys, horses are not super great at reflex saves. This horse comes galloping, being pushed to its limits, its eyes strained as its rider smacks and smacks to try to get it to go. It lands on the soap just as the chalk powder hits its eyes, and in a panic, there is a buck and a neigh and a twist and a horrible sound as this horse kicks up and slides onto its side, lands with a whinny. Lucian.
Holy shit.
Makes it look pretty cool when he lands on his feet, but he does roll and kind of stumble for a moment and temporarily loses sight of you for a split second, just enough time for you guys to gain a little ground on him. At this point, you guys are basically right here at the dockhouse, and he is at this building over here. You begin to run towards the ship. You can see the ramp leading up to it, huge by your standards. And on foot, Lucian just begins to sprint, his cape billowing in the wind behind him, this gleaming golden sword at his side. You can't run from me, gaining quickly, until there is a large shadow of two legs that steps over you, as Gigi interposes. Go. And Gigi lowers down and tries to just grab him.
Gigi, no.
Where the fuck is Gigi? There he is, hello.
That was sweet, Dex. Didn't know you can drift a horse.
Gigi lowers down, reaches out to grab Lucian. Lucian ducks with astounding nimbleness, but not quite fast enough, as Gigi grabs his cloak, hoists him up like he's caught a rat, brings him up to his enormous face, his mask almost as tall as Lucian is, and says, "This is our land," and chucks him into the ocean.
Attaboy.
Fuck yes!
He turns around and looks to you. "Get on the ship. I know where you can hide." And climbs on aboard after you. And
Oh, man.
as you climb up this ramp onto the ship, he nods to some of the other giants that are preparing to set sail. You look up and see a pair of stars twinkle right next to the moon. As you feel the ship begin to lurch and to kick off. You see galley oars the size of trees lowered down and begin to pull the ship away from the dock. And that is where we'll pick up next week.
What a
Or I guess not
day.
next.
Oh
We
my
drifted
god.
a horse and flicked the bitch.
You sure did. Good call going for the horse instead of him. That's probably the weak link there.
Thank you for humoring my soap.
It was great. No, it's a great idea.
Oh
where
my
are
god. What? Faye, Echo Faye. Mother, what's going on? I don't like it.
Poor Nacho and Pugsy.
Poor
Yeah.
Nacho. Nacho and Pugsy.
we? And Spirit Weavers, you said. Huh.
Yeah. What about it?
Well, I am kind of a terrorist.
Kind of.
Spirit Weaver myself.
Oh, are you? Well,
I get the sense it's different. I'm
with
not
this,
sure.
I don't know, with this star, fate seems to have brought us together for some reason. Not star, moonstone. That's what this is.
Oh, man.
I'll eat
Oh,
it again.
man.
No, Dex, wait! Wait, we have time. I could try to read the magic.
This is of the Moonstone.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try to do my best.
Yeah, it almost beckons out to you. The magic is so strong. Let's see. You learn that the school of magic is necromancy. It is not illusory. Okay, yeah. You learn that there is incredibly powerful necromantic magic on this tiny little shard of moonstone.
This is dead and healing as fuck. Necromancy.
Yeah, and you would be aware that, unlike 5th edition, where healing is evocation, in Pathfinder, like any reasonable system, necromancy also includes healing, regeneration, anything that involves the balance of life force and energy is considered necromancy. This is potentially a powerful tool for both healing and, raising the dead.
Whoa.
Oh.
Gigi kind of catches his breath and finishes tying up some enormous hemp rope that, again, is almost as thick as a chimney. And it comes over. I see you have made some new friends. What are you doing out here, young thing?
Acquaintances.
Just acquaintances.
Well, they're kids I gotta babysit, apparently.
I seem to remember that I was the one doing the babysitting just now. Who was that man?
It's appreciated.
Yeah, thank you.
Person that I had mentioned before.
I see. He looked like an inquisitor.
Yeah. Mostly looking for the brat, apparently.
The brat is... And he looks between Sketch and Ruko.
Gesture
You
over
can
at
tell it's
Ruko.
you can tell me by the bitter face he's got.
You watch as this enormous giant kind of leans down. Again, his face is covered by an iron mask that has kind of a permanent smiley face on it. But he stoops down as low as he can get, which is still way over your head, and extends a single pinky finger. My name is Gigi. It is a pleasure to have you aboard this ship. It is not mine, but you can be my cargo. They won't mind.
Sure. Will be excellent cargo.
And you, and he looks over to Sketch. You are not from here.
No, I'm not. I'd like to find my way home, but I need to find my family before I can do that.
And where is home?
Zulakara, to the south.
Oh, you are a long way from home. Well, this will get you closer, and we can see about it from there.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
It's no pleasure. No trouble, rather. It is always a bit of a secret joy to tell the seer a little where they can shove it. I do hope I haven't made too large an enemy for myself.
You're pretty big. You seem like you can handle it.
Well, the night is young. I will be busy for most of it, but I will show you to some quarters you can use in the meantime.
It sure beats boxes.
Boxes are good, but beds are better than boxes. They're like soft boxes.
Did you bring food?
Yeah.
You look like you were in a bit of a hurry.
Well, Tex knows how to find fish.
There are plenty of fish to be found where we're going. We have plenty to go around, of course. I ask because our food is, very spicy. I don't know how you'll handle it.
Ooh, I'm excited to try, though. That sounds fun.
Good. And he eventually kind of like guides you down through the chambers of this truly monstrous ship. The doors are 40 feet tall. It's a miracle that this ship stays afloat, a miracle of engineering and construction and carpentry. But it does. It is built very sturdily. Beautiful ship. It's kind of like this longboat style, almost Viking ship. And he kind of nods to a couple of the giants that he goes by. And this is probably not new for Tex and Ruko, who have spent a lot of time in Abelbend, but for Sketch, who has not really been to Abelbend too many times. In fact, I think it would have been just one before this. Gigi is huge, even for a giant. He is one of the tallest giants here, And it's almost kind of comical, the disparity. A normal giant stands 25, 30 feet tall, which makes a normal human seem minuscule in comparison. He is pushing 45, 50 feet, which is almost twice as tall as some of the other giants around him. They look like children next to him.
I hope this isn't rude, but why are you so tall? Do you know, or did that just happen?
My mama fed me well. And he smiles a little bit. You can see the corners come up around the edges of the mask. In truth, I guess I just got lucky.
Yeah. I think it's great.
Well, it is good to have you aboard. This will be your bed, or at least this small portion of it. I will do my best not to turn too much when I sleep. Now you can put your things there. There are plenty of nooks and crannies that you can stuff them into.
Meanwhile, Ruko keeps looking at Tex. He's looking at him like a mom at the park, really proud of her kid, like making friends at the park. It's probably really irritating.
Yeah, the fact that Gigi recognized Tex and knew that Tex talked and kind of had a first name basis with him, I assume that is news to Ruko, and probably the first that Ruko's ever heard of Tex having any even acquaintances.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. The secret life of this cat you've been living with.
So, you like him big or something?
Don't be ridiculous. I was delivering mail.
Look, I don't know what to say. This guy's an actual tree trunk. I don't know. Yeah. How do you know each other?
Like I said, he was a client. I delivered mail to him a couple times.
Do they have really, really big envelopes? How did...
Unfortunately, yes. It was a real pain in my ass.
Anyway, with that, we next play on next Friday. We get our last group of 4 in here. But this group will be back shortly after that.
Oh, man.
Just 3 weeks.
Yeah.
God.
I don't want to interrogate Sketch about his eyes.
Oh, yeah, you guys can keep chilling for a bit. I'm kind of just making sure that I get everything wrapped up before I forget.
Yeah. If we have to wrap up with, it's
Yeah,
fine.
go for it. Talk it out. We kind of raced through
Well,
that action
I'm on the
sequence, and now we need some
spot
decompress.
Where are we? We're on the foot of a bed with a freaking giant.
Yeah, he has taken you into kind of a crew sleeping quarters. You can see that there are a lot of hammocks that are spread out all over the place that many of the giants get into, just like any other ship. But there are a few actual rooms, and he's taken you into one of them, where there is a bed that is bigger than probably the biggest house you've ever been in. It is easily about maybe 45 feet long. Even so, he probably has to curl up a little bit to fit completely in it. His feet probably poke off over the edge. Just a truly monstrous leviathan of a ship. Wooden construction. The planks are so wide that you assume they must have come from trees that could only have come from Cyrillin. It's the only place that trees that big even grow. And the entire thing is just magnificently sturdy and enormous.
Whoa. Hey, Sketch.
Uh-huh.
I think having this painted butterfly on my face makes me look stupid, especially after they got whacked by trees and deers.
It is
And to
smudged
be
a little
honest-
bit.
And your flames are looking weird. Do you want to come just wash it off with me?
Yeah, sure. Let's try to find a bathroom and not fall in whatever they use as a toilet.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I hadn't really given a lot of thought to that before, and I kind of wished I never had to.
Truly gigantic shit. Anyway.
Oh boy.
Yeah, no, let's not think about that.
I love the idea that throughout all of this, Tex still just has sugared powder on his face.
He's still
He's slowly licking it off with his bath.
We want him to get painted skeleton face, but he has a powdered one, so it's fine.
Yeah,
Especially when he ate the stone. He was a full skeleton. That was great.
true.
Oh man. All right, so we'll go to one of the rooms and find some cloths and stuff and try to wipe it off.
Yeah, you guys are eventually able to find the head, where there are. For the record, you are not the only normal-sized people aboard the ship. There are a handful of dwarves and also a number of halflings. But you're certainly evenly numbered, which for your scenario it feels like outnumbered tremendously. But there are a couple of small rooms tucked basically into the corners of the regular room, including a little bit of a wash area where they essentially have a giant's thimble that can be used as a bathtub, like a little corner of their big chunk of soap that has been cut off for the normal-sized people to use. Just like, you feel like a mouse that snuck into a house and is now making a little mouse hole home out of it.
Ruko is just trying to stand up as straight as he can. He feels so short.
Yeah,
If I was a mouse, I'd do what I'm doing, yeah.
but smaller.
But smaller.
Oh man, I can get my soap back. I'm gonna cut off a piece of the big soap.
True.
Okay, so Ruko will go like try to rub off his face, but he can't see it because the
Do
mirrors
you
I
want
imagine
help?
are way up there. Sure, you missed some
Okay.
too.
All right, we can get each other. That's fine.
Okay,
It's like you wash my back, I wash yours, but it's you wash my face.
whole face.
Yep, all of it. The
You'll wipe-
lines on my nose don't come off. I guess yours don't either.
Yeah, mine don't. You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
You'll like wipe your brow a little bit. Like your eyes are interesting. Is this like a magical effect? Are you born with it?
No,
curious.
I was born with it.
So
My
do
brother's
you
not
have
the
it?
same though. Nope. That's how people usually tell us apart.
Oh. I like to think me and my brother look similar, but not really.
Maybe we can meet each other's brothers at some point.
Yeah, mine's the daring, fearless, confident type.
Oh, mine too. They'll get along great, or hate each other.
Yes, your brother has a much stronger personality than you.
Okay.
I'm taking a bath in the thimble.
Excellent.
So, yeah, spirit weavers.
Yep,
Does
spirit
it mean
weavers.
the same thing? What's that mean to you?
They're the ones that commune with the spirits, help restless spirits. We don't really believe in killing them because they just come back stronger and angrier. So, you have a spirit problem, you typically just kind of want to appease them so they leave.
Damn straight.
Appease them to a point. No, I agree. It just seems we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Curious. Is this like a cultural thing? Like everyone?
Yep. So they're kind of held in high regard, especially ones that give birth to twins, like my parents did. They're like kind of famous for that more so than what they actually do. It's weird. I've tried communing with spirits myself a couple times and haven't had much luck.
Oh, I've tried too, yeah. And looks attacks. Well, it worked.
Wait, is Tex
He's Tex.
okay? Is he a spirit? I'm not really good at this. I didn't catch that.
No,
Tex,
familiar.
explain.
You're his familiar. Okay.
Not his familiar.
No.
Which summoned me, died. Now I'm here.
Oh. So you're just your own familiar.
Yep. Landlocked now.
Well, we're on a boat.
Material locked.
Oh.
You see,
Huh.
but that whole thing kind of sounds. It sounds like you are a spirit, or you are a spirit. You know.
Do you want to go back to wherever you're from?
Eventually.
Well, if I ever figure out how to commune spirits and send them back, I'll try.
As you're trying to talk sketchily, Ruko takes another towel. You like keep wiping your face because there's still someone there. They're really distracting.
Oh, my fur is light. I know it's so hard to get it all out.
Yeah, but Dex, what would you want to?
Probably not. I have a lot to do here still.
Like get more funnel cakes?
That especially.
I'm gonna miss
Don't
the
get
funnel
some extra.
cakes.
That place had a lot of terrible shit, but it made good food.
True.
Speaking of which, I could really go for my books right now and some funnel cakes. You brought them both, right? Eggs.
Bet they're burnt to a crisp, along with my bed.
You burn down every building that you leave.
No, but
Oh, okay.
A passing
the
giant's like, you
Inquisitor
should.
probably does.
Jib don't like it when you leave your houses for too long. Always changing, always moving, and he continues to walk off.
That's how it is back home.
I'll just remove my animal bed from my inventory. Definitely don't
It's
have
okay.
that.
It's okay, it's not like you'd really sleep on it anyways. Cats.
Boy, new kid. Do you know anything about Lady Kotta's house for awakened animals? Home for talking animals?
Doesn't sound familiar, but I'll roll for it.
You could give me a society check. It would be extremely difficult. Like you're fishing for a 20.
Can I just
Okay.
try anyway, too?
You can try it, and your DC is slightly, but not much lower.
So close once again.
Very close. Yeah, never heard of it.
I'm sorry, I haven't.
No, I haven't heard of it.
I've really only gone to the cities the circus let me go to, and then where the slavers took me to. So, not much room for sightseeing.
None of this looks familiar, and I'll just pass the letter. It
Can
says
I-
Fama something sorry.
Amador?
Hmm. Can I take a look too? Like try to read it or detect magic too?
With your detect magic and read aura, it doesn't ring up as magical at all. But you can actually definitely take a look. Let's see.
You know, I have a theory. Maybe it's like a crazy cat lady.
Can I nature check what that paw print is?
Absolutely. That is pretty good. You definitely don't have the. Actually, you know what? You might. Let me go. Hey, let me look up a thing real quick. Oh, they totally do. Yeah, it looks like a honey badger. You have a few of those out in the plains of the savannah.
Oh, what?
Honey badgers are bigger than this. It seems like either young or just a smaller badger, but it's a badger's paw print for sure.
Are you friends with the badger?
No.
Oh, well.
Acquaintances?
No. Never met a badger. What's a badger?
Where you get really annoying.
Let's badgering based on
Oh,
the
well, I have
badger.
met you. Did you send me this?
Ruko just grins.
At least it wasn't that damn dog.
No, dogs usually have 4 fingers, or paws, or toes. I mean, they do have 4 paws usually, but they have 16 toes. A badger's like a small angry, vicious dog weasel.
Ruko looks offended.
I mean, just because it looks like you doesn't mean you're the.
Doesn't look like me.
I mean, this the weasel part does. Oh, I wish I could.
Doesn't-
I should have stole paper. I can't really draw anything right now.
Here, I've still got my writing set.
Okay.
I'll
I'm
pull
not
out a piece
proficient
of
in
paper.
this, but I will attempt to draw a badger for you.
A little piece of charcoal.
You can give me like performance, and you can use dexterity if it's better.
Bear in mind that this is made for a tiny creature.
Oh,
so-
true. Yeah, it's like little, like quarter-sized pieces of paper. Not quarter the coin, but like quarter the size of an 8.5 by 11.
Where did you get that baby hand, by the way, Dex? He's letting him write and finish this, but he's just looking at.
That's a 17.
The old man gave it to me.
That's not terrible. Here. I'll show you a decent picture of a badger, whatever 17 would get me.
17
Good
is a,
sketch.
without any like artistic practice. You get all the parts right. You get the nose shape about right. You get the fact that there's like a stripe running down its back and the weird counter shading. It looks like a very basic drawing of a honey badger.
It's not perfect, but you get the idea.
Are they all that fat?
They're kind of chunky.
Well, I've never seen anything like that before, so
Well, then I guess this house for talking animals isn't anywhere you've been.
Have I done any readings for crazy cat ladies in the past? Like recently? He's trying to figure out how they could have crossed paths.
Boy. I think this is probably just a luck check. Just give me a d20 and see what happens.
Oh, okay.
kind of tangentially related. Was there any sort of like a return address on the letter?
No, not on yours or on Ruko's. Although the Ruko's not having one kind of makes sense. That's pretty
Oh.
good, actually.
Ooh.
Boy. Yeah, I'm gonna whisper you something.
There was two possibilities. There was this Miss Frizzle, she's really into parrots. This other lady. Miss Frizzle had the magic carriage.
I don't think I'm familiar with that story.
No, she was crazy.
Ooh. That sounds like
Yeah,
a fun
lot of
story
fun.
then.
It was a lot of fun. Where does this whisper happen, mayhaps?
Over on Telegram, it's almost... You recognize that, at least. They didn't have the energy of a crazy cat lady, but it at least comes across your mind for other reasons.
I assume it's okay for me to speak.
Oh, yeah, you can do whatever you want with that information now that you have it. I just wanted to give it to you privately at first.
Okay. There was this troll. He kind of had like a... What was his name? William Cotter. Cotter? Cotter. Cotter. And he spoke with his dead wife, sort of. It felt a little bad. Marjorie. And, he was sweet. I don't know if that has anything to do, but it sounds similar.
I showed you this a day ago, and it took you this long to put two names together.
Well,
swear I
it's
didn't do everything
important
for you.
things going on.
You were a little busy, yeah. But wait, you can speak with the dead.
No, not really.
No, okay. Darn. I was gonna double check some things.
But for the record, it's a consolation. Most people they'll take it as a good thing. Feels bad, but it's not so bad.
Okay. I've had enough feel bad today. I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah.
As you go, well, you finish up this conversation real quick, but
Tex, you could have told me 2 days ago that you had a bunch of friends everywhere with weird ulterior motives. So I'm going to go to sleep now with one eye open.
All right.
And don't touch me with that baby hand.
It was nice to meet you both today. I'm sorry we had to run away immediately, and thank you for not abandoning me on the side of the shore.
Uruko resurrects from his bed like a vampire and points at you. You gained your freedom today. Everything's good. It's great.
Yeah,
You lay back down.
I guess I did.
and
Yes, and thank you for your terrible cursed boss saving us from a slightly worse person.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Thank you for cool giant friend for saving us from said person again.
And thanks for telling me about him. It's a great story. Hex.
I just started cleaning my face again.
as you guys
Wait,
each, or go,
one thing though,
Yeah.
do you guys think Nacho's happier now?
No.
wow,
He meant to say
Okay.
yes.
No,
I guess, yes.
He said what he said. So I'm going to bed. Good night.
Yeah.
as you each go to your own respective corners of what is essentially all the same room, which to you feels like the same enormous warehouse.
My corner is Ruko's chest.
Perfect. Okay. Tex curls up and starts rumbling on Ruko's chest, which kind of leaves Sketch over on his own. And as you look up out the porthole at the night sky, it does really start to sink in for you that you don't have to wake up in the morning. I mean, you do, but whenever you want. You can go anywhere you want, aboard this ship at least. And when the ship lands, the world is your oyster. And that is something that you've not experienced in years. What goes through Sketch's head as he starts to drift off into sleep tonight?
He thinks of his family. He thinks of where they could possibly be. He thinks to the ship where they were separated and where it possibly could have gone from there. But then he thinks to the kitchen and how if they have giant soap, they have to have giant food. And that if he wants to get up at sunrise and go eat a massive egg and then do nothing but sleep, he can do that.
Hell yeah.
And after years of shit, that might be exactly what he does.
Love it. Love it. You drift off peacefully and have a little tossing and turning as you occasionally get these flashing images of Madame Monarch and whatever the hell happened in her carriage, and then of Remus chasing you down on that horse. But each time you are comforted by an image of a friend giving a helping hand when you needed it, and of the rocking of the waves and the stars that are over you kind of peering in through the enormous portal. And you drift off and feel rested when you wake up for the first time in a very long time. Meanwhile, Ruko, you have a lot going on. What is running through your mind as you drift off to sleep, and as Tex kind of curls up and presumably passes out instantly, as cats always do.
Oh, I need the shit out of his chest first. Claws out.
Yep.
I deal with it. I fall asleep for like maybe an hour. And then I just sack up potatoes, move him off, and then I sprint up to the deck.
Yeah.
And I barf.
Yeah.
I stay up there for like 20 minutes, and I'll just lean on the railing for a little bit just to make sure it's not coming back before it, There's a boat, but it's still rocking.
Uh-huh.
He'll take a moment to gather his senses and think. Half dreamlike, half barf-like.
One of the giants kind of trods up beside you and stoops down and sits cross-legged to get as low as he can. First time on a ship.
Yep.
You get used to it. Try to focus on things that are far away.
That's what I'm trying not to do. To sleep.
Ah, I see. It isn't the waves that are bothering you then.
Oh no, it's both.
I see. Well, just do your best to relax. You're safe here with us, whoever you are. Until we make land. It is a dangerous place, Eden. I do not know which way you're traveling, but there are many things that will try to eat you and hunt you. And he kind of just starts to stand up and walk off.
Was this the Texas friend?
No, this is just some random giant.
Ah, okay. Hey, he found that enjoyable. Eden. Wow. I think we're fucked. I'm going back to bed. Come back.
You
lay back down.
Calm your nerves, and you find Ruko Tex curled up, and you kind of slip back into your spot beside him.
You find Sketch having like grabbed Tex and is just holding him against his will, against his chest.
When Tex does finally fall asleep, does he have what do Tex's dreams look like? You tell me where we're starting on this one.
Tex stays up quite a bit. Still kind of paranoid about Remus being around. He's going to kind of just pretend to sleep, but sleep with one eye open kind of a thing for a little while.
Yep.
But eventually does kind of pass out.
As you begin to drift off, for no particular reason, let me have a will save.
Uh-oh.
I'm great at these.
Oh.
That is where we will pick up next time.
But did I have any friendly dreams? This is too good of a point to leave off.
From the outside, you do notice that when Tex finally loses the battle against sleep, he has one of those cute little kitty dreams where his legs are kicking and he does these little chittering meows in his sleep. And we'll find out what those are when we come back in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
That meow means bitch.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Stop watching me.
The outro for this is much longer than it is for other shows, so I always just sit here awkwardly waiting for it to go to the van.
Excellent. Did I have any dreams? I want to know dreams of Guts office.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors dried under the sun. Our children they fed to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dark. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brothers' blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants they burned us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where